Shut up. This terrible goblin sleeps in for one day and this is the abuse he gets. Outrageous. How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Yes, I'm a little late this morning. Yes, I'm a little late, and I'm going to show you exactly why I'm a little late. I'm a little bit late for... Hang on, please hold. We don't need that one. I'm going to show you exactly why I'm a little bit late. I'm a little bit late because of this. I'm a little bit late because of this essay of a post on the WoW economy subreddit is the reason. I accidentally sat down, started, got my coffee ready, planning on starting the stream. Thought I'd quickly check Reddit to make sure nothing's exploded, and was presented with this essay of a post. Which is, I'm not going to lie, it's probably a good 20-minute read for the average Joe, especially if English isn't your native language. This is a good 20-minute read, but it is well worth reading. Very, very well worth reading. It goes over the ins and outs.
You just
of how...
lost $5.
Oh, there we go. Little Uve with the tier 1 on their 2-month streak. Thank you, thank you. Your continued support amazes me. Thank you. This basically is making some comparisons between how people make gold in World of Warcraft and how people make gold in the real world. Now the ties between the two is often from a trading perspective, stocks and shares, that sort of stuff, and different methodologies there. But either way, it's a very good little read. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't make it all the way through it because the stream was already 10 minutes late. But well worth a read. Go check it out. But yes, I am a little bit late this morning. I apologise. But welcome all. How are we doing this morning? I hope we're well. Think of the sales you missed. Well, you say that, but as it stands, let's be honest, the last couple of days have been not what we expected, and I wanted to draw some attention to this and try and put people's mind at ease a little bit, because people are starting to panic. I can see it all over the place. People are starting to panic. They've bought these crystals, they've crafted those legendaries, and why are they not selling? Is the thought process that many people are going through right now. Don't panic. It's literally half time. Like to bring football into the analogy, it's literally only half time. Just because you've not scored 7 goals in the first half, don't matter. Still got the whole second half to go. The big thing is that we sort of expected the floodgates to open a little bit when people get access to the Soul Cinders, when LFR launches, when Mythic launches. As it tends to be, though, it's a slow and steady start. People are way more educated on what's going on this patch than they were at 9.0. 9.0, everything was new. Nobody knew what the fuck was going on. People were buying rank 4s because they had a big item level number. They had no clue that they couldn't do anything with it. People kind of know what is the situation. A lot, not always, but a lot more than what they did in 9.0. Dirty convinced me to try my tactical price adjustment. Nothing to do with panicking. Oh, no, I'm not referring directly to you panicking. I was talking in the Discord earlier with a few people, but a few people have people have questioned me of like, have we made the wrong decision here? Have we got something wrong? Are we missing something? And we haven't. The numbers speak for themselves. It's pretty obvious to see that there are 3 factors in play. One, the legendaries are mad expensive. Anything that's stupid expensive, you're going to instantly limit the market of people that are willing to buy that item because it's stupid expensive. Now, 400,000 gold for a legendary, stupid expensive, even for the richest of rich goblins out there. So that's a big factor. The second factor is because people are a little bit more educated about what goes into making one of these, they are this time waiting until they have enough soul cinders to actually look at crafting one of these. Now, 1100 soul cinders, people are... these tunes are still a bit loud, aren't they? 1100 soul cinders are within the realms of possibility for people to have acquired by this point. But because there's not just one source for your soul cinders nowadays, you've got the mission table, you've got Torghast runs, you've got tormentors, you've got the assaults. Because you can get soul cinders from a bunch of places, it's very easy for somebody to accidentally have not done one of those at some point and be slightly behind, if by a couple of days. So the factors at play here is probably why it's a slow start. The third factor as well, I should probably say, is the fact that rank 5 and rank 6 are so close to each other. So close to each other that there are some people that will look at point 1 being the price of the rank 5s and they'll just go, well, I'm not spending that twice in 2 weeks. I'll just wait a week because my rank 4 is pretty good anyway. I have the power, I get the legendary power, I get most of the item levels. Those extra 13, extra 26 item levels, yes, would be lovely to have, but they're not asked. They certainly don't warrant me spending hundreds of thousands of gold on it, and they certainly don't warrant me spending hundreds of thousands of gold on it 2 weeks in a row. So there's probably a surge of people that are waiting to just buy a rank 6. But that's fine, we accounted for all of this. We know that the actual supply of Korthite crystals, even to this day, even if legendaries were free, even if they were free, everybody can have a legendary. The fact of the matter is, people tell me off for saying that backwards, the truth is that, well, there's only enough Korthite crystals for less than half the population to even have their legendaries, even if they were free. So not everybody is going to be able to have one anyway, which will keep the demand up, which will maintain the price as and when those people do start buying. It's just slightly delayed. No biggie whatsoever. Quicksand, good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. I don't know, I think we've been kind of debated by theory crafting. With people waiting for rank 6, it gives them just enough time to get 40 crystals themselves and have somebody else craft their Lego. I've been talking to another goblin on my realm and he says he's done plenty of deals through Trade Trap to craft stuff with people's crystals rather than selling on the auction house. The lion's share of your sales will still come through the auction house, without question. Whilst, yes, you'll do face-to-face deals, either way, it doesn't really matter. And the reason I say it doesn't really matter, because if they farmed their crystals, sure, congratulations to them. There's not many of them out there. They're still going to have to resort to the auction house to buy the materials outside of those 40 crystals, which I know is not a huge thing, but you probably sold them a rank 4 to begin with. And even if people are crafting them, we live in a bubble, right? There is not that many people on your realm that can physically craft a rank 6. More importantly, there's probably less people that are willing to craft a rank 6 for free. More importantly, there's probably even less people that are willing to pay the tip that those crafters would like to charge to craft said rank 6. You're chopping the market up consistently there. It's not really... not to mention dealing with people through trade chat is a nightmare. Any goblin that has a multitude of their legendaries leveled up to ranks 3s and 4s in terms being 5s and 6s. Probably isn't too interested in doing that many trade chat deals unless they absolutely have to. If you didn't level the mission table, you can't make a rank 5 this week. I would like to see some solid, concrete information on exactly how many Soul Cinders were physically possible. Because a few people have said different things. And I, at this point, have no idea who to actually believe. Not sure the volumes are reaching equilibrium with demand though. I think Blizzard 5-headed this. 15 days since Corthia's launch, that only needs 2.66 crystals per day to get to 40. Easy enough for your average player. Yeah, but that's true. But how many of those average players have sold a whole bunch of their Corthite crystals all the same? And even if they haven't sold them, they then have to find somebody to craft with them. That's the leverage that the goblins still have, you know. Not to mention the goblins that have crafted a whole bunch of legendaries and still have 40 people's Corthite crystals on them. There's at least 40 people out there that don't have the Corthite crystals because they've sold them to me, if not more, waiting for me to sell them their legendary back. It's true. It's true that the scarcity of the crystals was only ever going to be a 4 or 5 week thing. But if they've sold them, they're only out of the market in regards to that crafter then crafting it and selling them back to them. You definitely can't have done the assaults and tormentors on my main and have a rank 5. This week I might have done like 3 Soul Cinder missions. I think the combination of them adding Soul Cinders, because this is what I would like some clarification on. They added Soul Cinders to layer 8 of Torghast this week in a hotfix. But by adding Soul Cinders to layer 8, did they do that by shaving some of the cinders you would normally get off a 9, 10, 11 and 12? To allow some to be available on a level 8? Or did they just add more Soul Cinders to level 8? Hang on, let's take a look at this Icy Veins article. So, where can you farm Soul Cinders? Torghast layer 9 and above. That already worries me because we know that to be incorrect. Torment of Torghast, World Event, Covenant Assault, Chains of Domination. Sure. How many Soul Cinders can you get? Yeah, see, this is already out of date. This is my point, right? Changes get made and articles like this don't get updated. You now get 50 Soul Cinders by completing a layer 8. Does that mean that they took Soul Cinders from the other layers to allow layer 8 to have some, or did they just straight up add 50 that you could acquire from the level 8? No, they just straight up added. So there's an extra 50 Soul Cinders kicking about that there wasn't before in the first place. This is my point, right? It's very, very difficult to keep track of this when halfway through the bloody launch of the patch they change things. Either way, people will get the Soul Cinders sooner rather than later. But there's probably a bunch of people out there that have the 1100 Soul Cinders, contemplated buying a rank 5, and were like, hang on, hang on here. Next week I'm going to have enough to buy a rank 6. I'll just wait till next week. My rank 4 can last me a few more days. This is the thing, right? Because it's not a case... In 9.1, for a lot of people, it was the difference between having the legendary and not having the legendary. Most people already have the legendary because they bought a rank 4. Most people already have the legendary power. It's 235. They're doing alright. They're happy. On the flip side, they go to the auction house and they see, oh shit, it's $250,000 gold to buy to buy a rank 5. And then it's going to cost me $250,000 gold again next week to buy the rank 6. Well, I'll just live in my rank 4 for a week. Except the fact that most people have their Lego in the wrong slot. It's also probably why rank 4 sales have been popping this week. It's a real difficult one, right? We forget that we forget that only a month or two ago, getting consistent rank 4 sales was like Christmas Day. Okay, it was the best thing that could ever happen. If you could craft a whole bunch of rank 4s and sell them at a huge profit with very little effort, you were running all the way to the bank. You were skipping around like a little girl. You were that happy. So it's just the fact that the goalposts have moved. We're still easily able to sell like millions of gold worth of stuff every day right now. It's just the fact that we're maybe not selling the tens of millions that we'd hoped we'd sell. But it's fine. It's like, it'll pay off in the long run. People will still want these legendaries. And I want to point out, there is massive profit margins in these legendaries as they stand right now. There is so much room for movement on the price of these. The only people that should be overly concerned is people that way overspent on the Quartzite crystals. They took a considerably greater risk by paying a much higher price. But the room for movement on the profit of these things is gross. Like I could shave 100,000 gold off the listing price of the legendaries and still turn a profit. Five rank 4 rings yesterday, 75k profit each. Exactly! 2 months ago, if you'd have done that, you'd have been screenshotting that, you'd be tweeting it out, you'd be jumping up and down, delirious that you sold 5 rank 4 rings at 75,000 gold profit each. It would be actually bonkers that you'd achieve that. And people are glossing over the fact that they are actually selling a lot of stuff at huge profits right now. It's just the fact that they haven't sold as much as they thought they were going to sell. Players who completed Torghast earlier this week are now missing 20 Soul Cinders. That was from last week, and Blizzard hotfixed it. But for reference, this was they hotfixed in this extra 50 Soul Cinders. So what was it that they did? In yesterday's hotfix, Blizzard allowed players to start acquiring Soul Cinders at layer 8. In doing so, they also changed how many Soul Cinders players get from completing each layer, except for rank 12. Oh, okay. So I think they shaved off some of the Soul Cinders from 9, 10 and 11 to allow people to start getting them earlier. Now, the annoyance was the fact that people that had already done their Torghast were then no longer qualified for the Soul Cinders from the rank 8. But they hotfixed it, and it's come in this reset. The rest of this chart will be unaffected by the hotfix and will not change the amount of Soul Cinders that earn each week. So instead of getting 60 for completing a rank 9, you'd end up with 90. Okay, so eventually it balances out. It was only a subtle difference last week. So actually, even though you start to get Soul Cinders earlier, by this week actually it should have balanced out anyway. So there isn't any more or any less Soul Cinders kicking about than there originally was planned. Excluding table missions, the current total of Soul Cinders, if you've completed all activities, 2 Tormentors, 3 Assaults, the 9.1 campaign and all Torghast layers are 710 Soul Cinders, plus whatever people are able to get this week, which is 150 times 2, which is 300. 300 on top of that, plus the Assault, plus the Tormentors. So yeah, it's scarily close to 1100 this week. Sold 6 rank 4 rings in bulk to a guy for 60,000 gold profit each. Who's buying 4 rings in bulk? Who's buying 6 rank 4 rings in bulk? Damn. $690 at the time of that post, plus 50 from an assault, so 740 last week. 740 plus the 300. Two times layer 11s, yeah. Plus the 1 assault is 1090. So we're actually, in theory, waiting on either people to have done the mission table, or for people to, or for the next assault, right? It all balances on the next assault. That's not true though, because I've already crafted my rank 5 with 100 left and haven't done the assaults this week. Yeah, because you also get, yes, that's one thing that's not been noted. You get Soul Cinders from completing the campaign as well at one point. It's like 100 Soul Cinders or something you get from the campaign. Either way, it just proves a point, right? There's a whole bunch of, when there's multiple sources for it, it's just, there's no exact number that everybody has. But the be all and end all is that people should probably have them this week or next. There we go. People will have enough Soul Cinders this week or next. Those that are doing everything that they possibly can to get their rank 5 as quickly as possible will probably already have it by now. You got 100 Soul Cinders from the campaign last week. There we go. There we go. Fun part is people are panicking. Rank 5s are crashing hard in my realm. It's in some ways it's strategic, right? And it's happened on my realm as well. And I was not surprised to see who it was that had done it, because he does it all the time. But like I said, if the prices come down on the rank 5s and rank 6s, it doesn't really matter too much, because there's stinky amounts of gold to be made in them still. We got massive, humongous margin to play with. So it's really not the end of the day. I mean, like I said, I could shave 100,000 gold off the cost of a lot of the legendaries and still make a ton of gold on each one. I'm going to do a full cancel scan on legendaries before we get into it, just to make sure everything is accounted for, because Miss Banks is online. making my gold on 230s at the moment. I mean, there's I mean, for starters, there's many markets. It's nearly impossible to not be making gold right now. On top of that, though, even in just the legendary market, rank 4s are selling so well right now, so well. If you'd ranked up to rank 4, if you have rank 4 unlocked already, you can be crafting those and doing some silly things. It's the mindset that you should really be happy with making some of the gold. You don't always have to make all of the gold. Some is better than none. Oh, Manthius, I heard you got another Patreon. Did I? Did I? So I did. So I did. Welcome in, Derpalicious. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Got to be careful I don't show my email on stream, though. That would be tragic. Just make sure that you've got your Patreon connected up to the Discord, and all of the roles and goodies will be automatically assigned to you. Not on all realms. 2 out of 3 realms there are 20 plus rank 5 and 6 rings which are posted for 100 to 120k, which is under crafting cost, and all other items are slightly above. But rank 3s and 4s are selling fast with huge margins. But you're focusing on the one meta slot. Like the meta, like just because the rank 6, just because the ring is selling for less than crafting cost, that is because it's way oversupplied, because every man and their dog is trying to sell them. That's not representative of the market as a whole. Did I keep buying crystals though? I mean, I've still got a good stockpile of them. I'm ready and waiting to sell. Ready and waiting to recraft. I have a problem when I'm doing CM3 items with tailoring. It wants me to do CM3 for them with my engineer because it's cheaper. But then when I'm selling them, it uses the CM3 cost of the tailoring. That's because you're selling them on a different character than where you're crafting them on. That's just how TSM works as default. I mean, there is some... There is some... Oh, well, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, because it defaults to... no, if you're selling them on the same character, it'll use engineering, or at least it should do. But either way, there is some wizardry you can do with your operations. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's probably still sensible to have it set up that way anyway. Just consider it extra savings that you're making by being smart and using engineering. Hopefully you wouldn't be that close to your minimum price on crafting those items that it makes that much of a difference anyway. And if you are that close to the profit margins, you might want to ask yourself the question whether it's worth crafting them anyway. Because by the time you have posted and cancel scanned and lost a few deposit fees, you might be out of pocket anyway. You would probably want to just make a custom price source. If you make a custom price source in TSM, like I said, I don't overly suggest doing this, but I mean, if you really insist, you can. It's a thing. You can make a custom price source and just call it, I don't know, something like I don't know, tailor tailoring CM3, and then you can put whatever price. You could do a like a map price of item, whatever the CM3 item ID is for. You could do it this way. It's a lot of work and a lot of effort for something that I wouldn't really suggest doing anyway. I'm going to go, if you want my honest opinion, it's a lot of work for. Alternatively, just trick Trade School Master into thinking that your engineering one's really expensive. Why is Sir Coffeebot not alive? Why is Sir Coffeebot not giving out the Patreon link? I will do it myself personally, because I have no idea why Sir Coffeebot is fast asleep. On your bank character, you can change the tailoring CM3 map price to be the map price for the engineering one. Yeah, there's a few ways around it. Like, there's a few ways around it, I'm sure. Where were we at? Did we do the cancel scan? We did do the cancel scan. Focusing too much on talking to you guys. Forgetting to press my buttons. I wish TSM would get the sync fixed. I'm sure they're working on all the bug fixes right now. I wouldn't hold your breath though. It's a bit of a hack that they can even do it in the first place. What do you think's broken with the sync? Absolutely 100% no idea. The Archivist rep is frustrating. I need 300 rep and the reps are just not dropping it. Yeah, I still to this day haven't got the tier 4 on my mage still. And I spent probably an hour and a half yesterday out in Korthia on my mage, fighting through the god-awful lag that's in Korthia right now. Every time somebody pulls the world boss, Korthia just grinds to a halt. So frustrating. And yes, them not getting the rep tokens is highly annoying. Maybe we'll get auctions listed and we'll put a rift together. Because the rift is usually a good source for some Archivist rep. Sub 2k. Go on then. Go on then. If I must. Shave off the bottom 10% of the market. Do that frequently in good standing. Right, that should be our Legos in order for a minute or so at least. Let's do. Where's the bank dude gone? Who stole the bank? Come back here. Come back here. Running away from me. Let's get those back on the auction house. Now, what does our stock look like? Zeros is where I start worrying. Umbrahide arm guards, we've got none. You don't have any Umbrahide arm guards right now. Okay, that's bad news. We need that bad news to go away. That's the only. Oh, and we don't have any Shadowghast necklaces at rank 3 either. We could do with crafting a couple of those. I don't even have tier 4 of Archivists on my main. Let's do a rift in about 1.5 hours. I mean, it probably would be sensible to let more people, like, join in, but maybe I'll do some stuff on my hunter. We'll see. We'll see. But we're stocked for the most part. I'm not gonna do a restock for like 5 items. It's not worth it. It's too much like hard work. It's too hot to be doing silly things like that. Way too hot to be doing silly things like that. Gold Goblin, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. What's the name of this add-on? This is called Legendary Stock Tracker. I'm sure there's somebody that will do the command for you. There we go. Oh, the bot is just dead, isn't he? Where's the bot gone? Hang on, let me check. Why is the bot just dead? Who shot my bot? Apparently it's on. Test on Twitch. Do something. Do something. Most likely suspect has to be Vallegro. Yeah, probably. Dude never stops waving his gun about. You're right. I've no idea what's going on. Is Sir Coffeebot even in the chat right now? Yeah, Sir Coffeebot's even in the chat. Fuck is he doing? I don't know. I'm not about to start trying to fix it in the middle of a stream. I'll work out why it's being stupid another time. Give it some Red Bull. Yeah, I think he needs it. I think he needs it. Yeah, genuinely no idea why it doesn't work right now. Right, let's hang on. What account is this? Is this my main account? Flew away when the Red Bull gave it wings. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Wasn't Venture Plan discontinued, by the way? Yes, is the easy answer to that. Although somebody kind of against the original creator's will has updated it a little bit and published a GitHub of a new updated version. There's a bit of shenanigans about it. I mean, from a legal standing, I probably shouldn't suggest you go and use it. But it is a thing. But yeah, the original dude that's behind Venture Plan is not playing WoW anymore, and so has chosen to not continue updating his add-ons. I'm sure it won't be long though. It won't be long before somebody steps in and just makes a new version of it. Covenant Mission Helper is also very useful. I think Covenant Mission Helper was the one I was using before Venture Plan. And I can't really remember what the differences were. It was a while before I jumped on the Venture Plan game. I was using something else for a while. It was probably Covenant Mission Helper. Because there was about 3 months at the beginning of Shadowlands where nobody had really worked out what the hell this little mini game was and how it worked. And there wasn't any add-ons out for it for a long time, which is half the reason I think that people just ignored it. Venture Plan actually adds the required troops. Whereas Covenant Mission Helper only tells you if you're likely to win or not. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a significant difference. Yeah, sure. Still using Venture Plan, only had a couple of missions failed, so still worth it. All the 9.0 stuff, it'll still get 100% right. All the 9.0 stuff, it's only going to be the new missions, and the sensible thing to do with the new missions is, you know, maybe just stack some of your best dudes to just, like, seriously overpower it to just guarantee that you win. Why did I log on to the Hunter? I actually have no idea why I logged on to the Hunter. We could, in theory, go and do our dailies over and get some more reputation on the go. Do you reckon people have got... do you reckon people are revered yet? Has anybody started to see the contracts on the auction house? What is it going to be called? What is it going to be called? Let's just search contract. It's going to be contract deaths advance. Nope. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, I would have been surprised if that was the case, because I don't think I'm that far behind on rep for deaths advance. I think I've pretty much, although there've been a few days where I haven't done my dailies actually, so I may be a couple of thousand behind. But are the contracts bind on pickup? No. You need to be revered with the deaths advance to get the pattern on your scribe. But when you craft the contract, I think you need to be honoured to be able to use the contract in the first place. But yeah, you'll start seeing, trust me, you'll start seeing those contracts being sold for some pretty pennies soon as scribes start getting their hands on them. They started appearing on some servers. Wow, okay. So some people are on it. Some people have got them. Not many places, though. Not many places. There's literally only a handful of players across the whole... Well, I mean, if there's a handful of players that have got their hands on them now, I would imagine it'll be in the next day or two we'll start to see these popping up. They'll start flooding in from today onwards. Is that what we think? Those that have been up on the dailies, on the daily, yeah, probably. Probably. I don't particularly think oh, I've got a Death's Advanced War Chest I've not opened. Yoink. There's a pretty stack of catalogued research points. That was a nice find, wasn't it? What are these? Small Corthian supply chests. Boom. Free mats. 500 gold. Yes, please. Fallen Adventurers cash. I should really open these chests, shouldn't I? Oh! Decaying Morat. We got a pet. That's the second one of these. Is this thing worth anything? Put in a box. Put in a box. Why can't I put it in a box? Oh, I can't put it in a box because I logged onto my bank character first. God damn Blizzard. Woo, if you're still about, how the hell do you deal with that shenanigans? That you can only cage up pets that are on the first account that you logged on that day. Is there a trick around that? Because it annoys the living balls off me that you can't cage a pet on a second account without like logging in and logging out. Log out of the other one and reload on the main. Ah, it's gross. Do we know why that's a thing? Do we know why that's a thing in the first place? I guess it's to prevent duplicate. It's probably a duplication glitch, isn't it? If you were to do it precisely at the same time on two accounts, you might be able to dupe it. So you can't multi-box battling? Ah, yeah, maybe. Otherwise you just battle yourself for experience. Yeah, and that would get botted to all hell. Yeah, okay, I see now. Yes. Yes, yes. You are correct. There was me thinking I should open all of these satchels to save some bag space. I've opened about 4 things and taken up about 25 inventory spaces. This is why I've never got bag space. I tell you what, Shadowlands is terrible for just abusing your bag space. That's a toy? Oh, we already know that toy. As if pet battles aren't already botted. Yeah, and that. Yeah, and that. Anything else that we can open? No, that's all of the goodies. Apart from these Corthian armaments. I should send these to somebody. Who should I be sending these to, do we think? Who really needs some Corthian armaments? My mage needs a bunch of stuff still, actually. Although I should probably now start saving these and sending them to actual alts in need. You're made so you can run Torghast. We might actually have to do that before too long. We might actually have to do that. What was this 207 we picked up? Oh, it's nice and all, but it conflicts with our legendary. Okay. Right, let's do some just quick maintenance on this dude. Teleport Hearthstone back to somewhere interesting. Wings, Puritans, mushrooms, armaments, keys, codex, fucking handkerchief for some reason. Yeah, like your inventory just ends up so full of trash. Just actual trash. I go through my inventory like literally once every other day at the moment, it feels like, just to try and like clean it out. And I know I don't even like play the game that heavily. It's not like I've got 20 inventory slots taken up by like potions and enchants and, you know, consumables. What does I mean this is a this is a goblin problem, but what doesn't help is the fact that the mission table gives you the boxes of materials, meaning I've basically almost always got one of every material taking up an item slot. I always have like 5 item slots being taken up by 3 fish. Always. Let's give some anima to this thing. Keep it channeling. Why did I come here? Let's drop off some anima. Just a casual 20 stacks of heavy callus. Yeah, all that, yeah. Time to give some tender loving care to those mailing operations. Yes, I'm starting to agree. 7,500 anima. We need 10k for this, 10k for this. So we need 20k. We're still 13,000 anima off. I might start doing some anima sweeps, you know. Now that we've got flying. I might just get my covenant done. Just bang it out there. Just get it done. Although there seems to be very little on the map. What's going on? Why is this not tracking properly? I don't know. I think I need to update some add-ons. Mailing operations are my best friend. Totally forgot that LFR released this week as well. Yeah, I kind of want to do the LFR. I think I should try and keep up with what's going on in this raid a little bit more. This patch, this tier. Said no one ever. Do it. A cube dropped. I'm finally done with Corthia on the ult. Do it, do it. People want to see me run LFR, really? I can't imagine that's like super engaging stream content for anybody out there. Boom! Legends of the Animus Well. There's another 250. Bonus XP missions up the wazoo right now. Up the wazoo. Make it more spicy, do it on the mage. Yeah, to see that doesn't really work though, right? Because in instanced group content, mage is fine. Mage don't die in that situation. Do an upsie, hit ice block, problem solved. The issue is in the constant solo content where things get a little bit icky. I mean, just don't die forehead. Yeah, exactly. Please just queue it up. You want to watch me do LFR? This is actually outrageous. Sure, we'll do LFR. World first Necrolord Hunter LFR, by the way. I want to see. I want to see. Are we gonna be the second floor inspector? $213, pretty decent for alts. Yeah. Just fleshcraft. Shit's broken. It is pretty good. Yeah. Well, while we're queuing up for LFR then, the likelihood, considering we're DPS, is that it's going to take hours. Although average queue time, 6 minutes, I'll take that. I literally have not looked at a single minute's worth of footage of what's going on in this raid, so I have no clue about anything. I'm going in 100% blind. There's the Corthia one. No issue with my mage doing Corthia in the Moor without a problem, and I'm arcane. Yeah, well, there's a significant difference between you and me. I'm dog shit at playing a mage. And I'm very happy to admit it. Everybody goes blind doing LFR, so you're good. We'll see, we'll see. With the shards dropping on LFR, everybody's running LFR to get their shards. Oh, okay. Does Avantus have a good chance at dropping from every boss? I presume so, that's always how it's worked. Do I have sound in background on actually? Hang on. Sound in background, go. In case it pops up while we're doing some auctions. God damn, Miss Banks undercutting me all the time. But you can see here, right, like I was saying earlier, somebody is actively chosen to push rank 5s. Weird numbers, 205k and then 225 for rank 6s. Which I'm more than happy to play that game at. Keeping it below a single token in value. What is the token actually today? Has the token moved much? See if Sir Coffeebot's awake. No, he's not. Fucking bot needs firing. Outrageous. 245, 247. Sounds about right. Sounds normal. Got down to 235 last night now. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the weekend. Usually dips a little bit at the weekend. Do we think we need... do we think we should probably get some DBM or bigwigs or something on the go? If we're going to run... what's better, bigwigs or deadly boss mods? Vote in chat, go. DBM is more shouty. Get the fuck out of the fire! Stop standing in shit. DBM just makes more noise. Bigwigs is better if you want to customize. Well, the consensus seems to be DBM, so we'll go DBM. They put it in stupid brackets, which means it's down the bottom. Oh, apparently Deadly Boss mod. Well, hang on. What's its dependencies? What's it missing? Deadly Boss mods, status bar timers required. Okay. Options, just turn all of this on, I guess. Reload. Bigwigs is for people who just want to know when the abilities happen. Deadly Boss mods tells you what to do. DBM is better out the box. Bigwigs gets better when you start customizing it. DBM triggers my anxieties. Oh dear. Damn air horn on the trash after the second boss. Yeah, if it starts playing too many air horns, I'm going to be turning that shit off real quick. I can't believe 72 people have tuned in to watch me do LFR. What is my life right now? Morning, dummies. How we doing? Welcome, Lesnicus. How we doing? Oh, it's on. It's on. World first Necrolord Hunter LFR. Apart from all of the Necrolord Hunters that have done it before me. Till I realised you could lower the sounds. Wanted to see the mage. Maybe we'll see some mage later. World first Manthius Necrolord Hunter LFR. Yep. World first Manthius Necrolord Hunter LFR. Never been done before. Never been done before. Right. Oh, Zygor's even got a guide for Sanctum of Domination. Go on. Oh my god, no, that thing's fucking ridiculous. We'll just wing it, I think. We'll wing it. Right, pew pew things, go. He looks big and juicy, we'll slap him first. Bring Manthius spreadsheets to game and have it auto-populate with DB min buyout. Oh, hang on, what's going on now? I want an add-on or macro to split items and COD them. Hang on, you guys are having a conversation between yourselves. I've got to focus on doing maximum deeps right now. Big dick damage. Outrageous numbers, like you have never seen. This is going to be my application for Echo right here. 100% LFR passes. Siphoning anima. I'm trying to siphon anima. Give me a thing. It didn't give me a thing. Give me a thing. There we go. Damage and healing done is increased while within 10 yards of 2 other players. Greatly increase your jumps. Increases your armor by 75%, but reduces the power cost of most. Fuck off. That one. Right, 19 FPS can suck a dick though. How do we fix this problem real quick? System. Oh my days! Hang on. We're gonna go hardcore fixing problems here. Right, you just go away for a minute. Quickly fix it. Casually slide in a 3080. Yep. Let's just slip it in there, just real quick like. Is it normal for my FPS to be this shit? Is it really time for a new graphics card? It's kind of embarrassing that this FPS is that low. I don't know, I have a 3080. Yeah, that's my problem, right? Concerned already for when the boss turns up. Well, Deadly Boss Mods has been very quiet. You guys were telling me that he's going to shout a lot. Does he not shout on trash? Or is there nothing worth shouting about yet? Nothing worth shouting about on trash. It's lagging because of processor, not video card. I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Although it is. You're right, it absolutely is. Yeah, my CPU's having a little heart attack. Minor heart attack. Hang on. Google Chrome is doing an absolute madness. Let me just close down with this real quick. That's probably fixed 50% of my problem. Yep. Close Chrome, gain 15 FPS. That's how it works. Genius, me. Genius. Close Chrome, gain frames. Right, you guys will have to tell me if the stream dies, because at this point I don't know. Greatly increase your jumps, boo. Take less physical damage, suffer more magical damage. Taking physical damage has a chance of increasing your... Why is it all movement stuff? While in combat, release an uncontrollable howl at random intervals. This does damage, yes. Mad level damage. Watch out, trash ink. We're safe. We're good. We're golden. Yeah. Ditch Chrome, use Edge. Unfortunately, no. Tell you what, there's a lot of trash to burn through. For LFR, usually it's like just pump and dump bosses, out you go, see you later. I like this though. More opportunities for loots. Stream's fine for me. Well, it should be fine. Grant allies additional movement speed. Your attacks have a chance to launch acid, inflicting damage. Yep. I'm going full damage. None of this movement speed shenanigans. Fuck movement speed. I'm a hunter. I do full DPS on the move anyway. watch. I'll probably regret all of those decisions before long, but... By the way, Opera's good for me. Yeah, I bet. On your Nokia 3210. So Chrome does its job fine. It's fine. No problems with Chrome. Hey, let's not stand in the stuff though, mind. Are we just running in a big old fucking circle? I swear we've gone around this. Oh, we are actually running in a big old circle. Well, there we go. It's like I swear we've been here before. I've seen this place at some point. Floor POV so I can watch you now. The bosses are going to be interesting because I have 100% no idea about any of the mechanics. Your attacks have a chance to do a thing that does things. You take less damage from AoE. Shield you for 30% of your maximum health. This refreshes every 20 seconds while it holds you just damage. Give me the deeps. Top those charts in LFR like a boss. No messing. Yep, we're ready. Let's go. Pots, flasks, food buffs, the lot. Sorry, I mean none of that. I mean none of that's what I meant. I meant none of that. Tank gone? Oh god. Where's tank? Right. Is there anything significant I should know about this? And why is my name up here? Why is my name up here? Somebody tell me why my name is up here. And what's this dude doing? Why have I been why am I being singled out over here? Apparently I'm the off tank. Yeah, not entirely sure how that happened. Oh, he's targeting me. Why is the off tank targeting me? Can you stop targeting me? Outrageous behaviour. There, thank you, thank you. Okay, so our tank is probably watching the stream right now. Do good tank things. There we go, another tank. That's better, that's better. I like how in Firefox it cleans all of your cookies after you're done, doesn't make a world of tasks and checks processes open. I have no idea how software works behind the scenes. All I know is I open Chrome and I see YouTube or I see Twitch or I see my email. That's all I need. And occasionally something else, but we won't talk about that on stream. You can set up Chrome to clear cookies. People min-maxing browsers now. Sure. Right. Right then. Deadly boss mods, please don't shout too loud.
5,
I'm just a little hunter.
3, 2, 1.
Pull, pop all down, all DPS buttons, go. Fire. Move away from others. Cool. Got it.
3, 2, 1.
Do all the things. We got a range check smack bang in the middle of my screen. That's really gross. Can we move that out of the way? Yes, please. There we go.
Beware.
Dodge and attack. What dodge am I attacking? Oh, shit! What's going on here? Well, I tried. Oh, this is how... Oh, it's one of those. Oh, okay. Right, well, I'm fucked then. I'm straight fucked. Just actually fucked. Yes, boys and girls. World first Necrolord Hunter. What an absolute genius. Woo! Am I topping the DPS meters still? Am I topping the meters? Almost. Or it was close. It was close. You see, normally this would be a tactical cancel scan opportunity. But the problem is I close down my other account to gain more FPS while I'm inspecting the floor. We have a solid 54 SPS whilst looking at the floor right now. It is all good.
2, 1.
It's at this point during a raid I often decide to read up on the on what's going on. So, overview. Infused Goliaths defend the outer perimeter before the Tarragrue, offering potent anima powers when defeated. So they're the 4 things we ran around and picked up first. Cool. In battle, the Tarragrue attempts to pick off defenseless targets with Chains of Eternity. Targets some dudes. The chains fly in their direction. Stun the first target struck.
Beware.
And pulling them in for an annihilating smash. Okay, cool. Upon reaching 100 energy, the Tarragrue dissolves into Torghast's Hungering Mist and stalks its prey with a series... Is this Hungering Mist right now? Is that what's going on now? Yeah. These over here... Hang on. We've got a lot of overlaps of stuff going on that I don't like. I don't like stuff overlapping. Can we... obviously not easily. I don't mind having all of these things on the screen, but if they're on top of each other, then they can just suck a dick and go away. At 10% health remaining, the jailer removes the anima powers from all players and sends the Tarragrue into a wild frenzy. Oh, so he has a predefined 10% enrage, sure. I can't change LVI stuff when I'm in combat, can I? Or maybe I can. Toggle anchors. Can we move... Okay, there's a lot of stuff that's just stacked on top of each other right now. Why can't I move this anima button? This one. Apparently that's not a thing that's controlled by LVI in the first place. Okay. This frame needs to not be here. That can go there quite comfortably.
3, 2, 1.
These DBM timers need to be somewhere else. See, I could just hide that completely and then put this below it. Objective frame. Oh, we can move that quite a lot. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Move that more to about there. That's better. That's more out the way. See, this is how you do LFR, by the way, boys and girls. This is absolute BIS LFR action right here. Now, arena frames, we ain't never using those, but we'll put them here anyway. That's all red. That's objectively looking better already. This anima power thing being on top of my minimap, though, I do not like. How do I move this?
Beware.
Quests and objectives. Can I hide that while in combat? Just straight up get rid of it while it's in. Just hide it when it's in combat. What is it called? Objective frame. Where's that gonna be? Unit frames. No, not unit frames.
1.
I'm pissing no. General. Yeah, how do I just make this objectives one just disappear when I'm in combat? It's got to be possible, right?
Three, two, 1.
General. Blizzard UI improvements. Quest. Mark quest. No. Objective frame. Auto hide. Automatically hide the objective frame during a boss or arena. Why is it now not doing it then? Why didn't it do it?
3, 2, 1.
The anima power thing is called below minimap widget. Oh, is it? Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Beware.
Automatically hide during a boss. See, it's already set to automatically hide, and it didn't. You dead? You're not in combat? Is that maybe why? Okay. Okay. So, below minimap widget. No, that's a BattleNet frame. I have no idea what that even does. Below minimap widget. Is that... Well, it didn't move the anima power bar, so it's not that one. More buffs widget. Oh, okay. Well, the below minimap widget can go below the minimap. The objective panel can then go below that. It's got a weird offset. Can we... I don't know. Whatever. That can go there.
2, 1.
We can just turn it off if we need. Don't know what BattleNet frame is. Never used it. More buffs widget. How do I find that to... How do I find that to move it? Because it doesn't seem to be here. Did we win? Oh, we won! Ah, we'll do it next time. We'll do it next time. Good job, boys and girls. This is what LFR is all about. Is this what raiding is? Is this what I'm missing out on by not raiding? I mean, that was easy. That was literally... That was one of the easiest boss kills I've ever had. Even get a res. Genius. Go on. All the gear. All the gear. Ah, we got some embers. Where are we going next then? Let's go this way. Let's go, go, go. We need to absolutely categorically reposition some of these timers in DBM as well. Let's really help out with trash by managing that before the next boss. Okay, where's DBM settings? Where's the DBM button gone? Why do we not have a DBM button? Deadly boss mods, there we go. Right, timers. I want options, timers. Bar appearance. Move me. Yes, now we're talking. Right, you go there, because then you're out of the way. Info frame. This one being here is fine, but it needs to be central. Okay. Info frame. You can just go somewhere. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Please come back. There we go. Let's just put you over there for now. You're good there. That'll do. That'll do. Oh, no. What? No. Now go away. What? No. Stop it. How do I unmove you? Now it's just permanently on the screen. Oh, whatever. Start test bars. Close. Whatever. Now I'm permanently stuck in test mode. Stupid game. How do I turn? How do I stop test mode? Give me back the proper thing. Where's the stop test mode button?
Four, three, two, one.
Is there a save settings button or something? What is this wizardry?
2, 1.
Beware.
God damn. Ooh, a Stygian Ember.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, test mode seems to have... Oh, what the hell is that siren about? Is that the siren you were talking about? At least it gave me a countdown to it. Holy smoke. Right, time to start topping the charts again. We've had enough shenanigans with add-ons now, I think. If it's broken at this point, it's just broken. Did we only keep those anima powers for the first boss then? Is that what it is? They're not persistent through the raid then. They're just part of the mechanic for the first boss, I think. That seems to be how it works. Doing the raid? Yeah, well, for some reason people wanted to see me do the LFR. I have no idea why, but considering I need to do it, I thought we'd give it a blast. So far we cancel scanned and add-on fixed our way through the first boss pretty successfully. I mean, it's been a good performance all round so far. I mean, I'm even topping the damage meters, which is gross. See, this is what happens when you put a mythic rank 1 auction house PvPer in a raid. Just become unbeatable. Correct, you lose them at 10%. Oh yeah, because the Taragru does his enrage at 10%, doesn't he? And he steals all your powers. I remember now. It's not shouting at me too much now. I like that. A nice, quiet, relaxed pew pew session. It's all good. We'll stand in the heel. Right, this guy looks like he means business. Still no Vantus rune. You'll get it. You'll get it. Oh. We're doing some pew pew. What's going on here? How do we do the thing? Oh, we just click the button. Yo! I'm sorry, I'm a hunter. I can't be single targeting. I got to get my AoE on. Dodges laser. He does a funky laser, does he? Okay. I feel we should probably be killing these dudes that aren't really being tanked. Alright. The need for me to AoE is strong. Bingo. Bingo. Right. So quick. Give me the info. We dodge his laser. There's a laser you dodge. Oh shit, okay, we're off. We're not messing about, we're going straight in. No messing apparently. Piercing lens doesn't seem to be doing much of anything, which is good. Lasers coming in a few seconds apparently, according to Deadly Boss mods. Now, where does it go? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Oh, it's pew-pewing that way, so we go this way. Okay, we go this way, then we do chain business, I guess. Oh, he does a full 360 and we keep pew-pewing him. I see, smart, I like it. Okay, well that's sensible enough. I would imagine he probably goes the other way. If he goes clockwise, he then probably goes anti-clockwise the next time, right? Is that relatively safe assumption, or is it random? When he does the laser run to the chains, yeah, I followed like a sheep and didn't die, which is good. Desolation beam, that worries me. What's going on here then? Ads, kill ads. You always kill ads. Titanic death gaze in 26 seconds, whatever that is. Okay, we're now tanking them together. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm going to stand out the range of whatever that AoE appears to be. Not being in that looks pretty... yeah, okay. Titanic death gaze focuses somebody. And I guess they just move out of the way, I guess. Okay. Right, you're dead. What about you? Of course the side that I'm on does the best DPS. Just let that be known. Oh, you meant to kill these things at the same time, are you? Oh, well, either way. They're dead. Right. What's the situation now? Back to pew pew in the main dude, okay. This is relatively relaxed so far. I can dig this. Oh shit! Now he's going to go the other way, right? He's going the other way. We're a hunter. We maintain DPS throughout. I've no idea where my pet is at this point. Oh, the pet's just chill at the end there. Okay. With him floating in the middle of space, I did kind of wonder what my pet was going to do, but he's all good. He's coping, or they're coping. Big beamy thing. What? This is just 2 ads again, right? Let's pew pew 2 ads. Now, we meant to kill these at the same time. Is that the plan? Is that what's meant to happen? So I'm going to stand somewhere at range in the middle then. I think we need to swap. This one's not getting anywhere near as much deeps on it. Oh, fuck! Get away from me. We good? We good? Stage 3. What's happening now? Will you just pew him again? Let's just go. Let's just go. Oh shit! What's this extermination going on? Get away from the dude that's got the thing on him. This is relatively relaxed. We can do this. Ah, another laser. Which way is he going? He's going this way. Look at everybody stopping their DPS like a pleb. We're hunters. We don't stop DPS. We kill things. We strafe and we kill things. Ah, this is easy game. One shot. World first one shot Manthius Hunter Necrolord LFR. Let's go. Unless he has some magical thing that's going to pew us real quick. Boom! Boom! Go on. Gear me up. Gear me up. We got a shard of Beck. Damage has increased by what? Oh, I didn't even read it. We got ourselves a shard. Damage is increased by 1.5% when you have 50% or more health than your target. Cool. There's no gear. We've got nowhere to put the shard yet, but... So that's 2 of the 3 bosses. We now have to defeat the 9. Okay. Last bit is a bit of a DPS race. Can get a 220 piece from Death's Advance. Yeah, there's a belt. I think actually. I think you need to be revered though before you get that. So we're on our way. So we'll get that probably next week. I think honoured. Oh, really? Oh, well, maybe I'll go and have a look then. Maybe we can get a 220 belt to put that gem in it. Okay, people seem to be taking shortcuts. Let's hope my pet doesn't pull anything. What's this raiding? What is this channel? Well, a bunch of people thought they'd like to see a goblin perspective on the raid, so far I'm going to admit this is pretty fun. I'm enjoying this so far. The first 2 well, I didn't really get to see the first boss because we had a tactical cancel scan operation in the middle of the first boss, but the second boss was quite cool. Pew pew in the big eye. LFR? Fun? Question mark? Well, I'm sure the first time you do anything it's fun, right? Wait until Painsmith comes out in LFR. I'm sure there's some. I'm sure there's going to be some cock block bosses for LFR. There always is. Oh, another Stygian Ember. How many of these Stygian Embers do we need to start doing something constructive with them? Proper raiders are farming domination sockets so you can just get carried. I will, well, obviously, being a hunter, without question, I want me the bow. Like every other hunter on the planet. So we'll either have to do something constructive in an organised group, or I might just have to pay for a carry. Who knows? We'll see. Because I could spend lots of time trying to learn how things work, or I could just flex my gold a little bit and buy myself the legendary bow. Because the game is officially pay to win now, if you hadn't noticed. Bow won't drop from LFR? No, exactly, that's my point. I might have to do something slightly organised or pay for it. Either way. Flex that gold, yo. That does mean we should actually put some conservative effort into making some gold as well. Not even there yet, but sure, I guess I'm ready. Oh, I think I know why it's called the 9 now. Has it got something to do with the fact that there's 9 of them? Just a guess. I'm out of coffee almost. Right, anything significant I should know about this? Organise a goblin raid, it'll be a shit show. I mean, well, you say that, but there are some pretty reasonable goblins out there who also raid. I mean, Lazy Goldmaker like raids pretty consistently. Hickons is always raiding. But yes, it's true. Trying to drag those goblins out of the auction house to kill some bosses may result in an interesting stream.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
Switch targets. Oh, kill the thing then. Okay. Is nobody going to interrupt that? I guess I'll interrupt it then. Sure. Right, the thing has been killed. What do we do after we kill the thing? We kill the bosses. Sure. Don't know what was going on there. I'm going to have to work that mechanic out real quick, aren't I? Somebody's dead, not me. I don't know where I'm running. I'm running within range of pew-pewness still, though. Oh, he just sucks you in. It's not really that much of an issue, then. Good old Hunter, 100% DPS on the move. No issues there. Switch targets. Where is he? Oh shit, why'd I get feared? Oh damn, what's am I dead? I'm dead. I actually have no idea what happened there. Good luck trying to get a goblin to go raiding on a Wednesday. Yeah, that's just not happening, is it? Actually not happening. 10-minute cancel scan break after every wipe. Yeah, progress would be slow. It's very safe to say progress would be slow.
3, 2, 1.
Right, so what killed me? Someone hit me for a bunch, someone hit me for a bunch. Falling Strike hit me for 14k. That probably didn't help. That probably didn't help. There's a hunter called Papega God in this raid. Oh my days. Right, so like I said, if you die, maybe it's time to read the... This dude and that dude begin the assault on the ground using their wings of rage and reverberating refrain when their energy reaches 100. Where's their energy bars then? I was expecting to see some energy bars. Is that these? Okay. It's just a number on the edge. Is that the bottom bar? That must be their energy bar then, okay. Meanwhile, Stygia commands the other Valkyr to strike from the skies when she reaches 100 energy. She casts Call of the Valkyr to assist her to call assistance from the fallen whatevers. Okay. What do damage dealers need to do? Crushing Gaze inflicts a high damage split evenly amongst players struck. Oh, so we should stack on this then.
2, 1.
That's probably why I got nuked by it. Okay. Focuses the Chills of Ice Crown onto a player. After 8 seconds, she slams the ground and inflicts 177,000 frost damage, divided equally between all players within 10 yards. Okay, raid needs to stack on that, right? Surely raid DPS, range DPS need to stack on that, surely. Song of Dissolution can inflict very high damage if not interrupted. Just interrupt it then. Formless Mass will continually attempt to cast Siphon Vitality. Devours all life from players, inflicting 7,000 shadow damage to them and healing them. Okay, for the same amount. Okay, so yeah, just interrupt stuff and stack on the thing. Okay, that makes sense. It looks like we're wiping here by the looks of things. People just don't know it yet.
Three, two, one.
Rather than organising stun order, organising Katie Stamp Whistle order. Yeah. Has anybody got a mailbox? So there doesn't appear to be like too many phases in this one, from what I can gather. It's more of a case of, you know, just do the right thing. Can we just hurry up and die? This is what I never understand about LFR. Like that one dude trying to be the hero when the boss still has 90% health. It's like, relax, let's just wipe it up. Let's go. Wipe it up. If I res, am I going to res somewhere a million miles away? Yes, okay. At least this will teach me where we're going. Actually, before we get too far. First two should go down evenly, the third comes down when one hits 10%. Okay. There's a story in Preach's Drama Time about a dude who was a mythic raider and was trolling LFR by bugging mechanics. Yeah, that's just a dick move. I mean, it's just straight up a dick move. Can we hurry up and die on shortcut keybind during Wednesday Goblin Raid? Yeah. Frick yeah, look at my burst. Goblins in the raid. Ooh, 205 potions sold in the last 10 minutes. Safe to say Goblin priorities are slightly different to that of, you know, General Joe. Can I pay for one to take my place? Yeah. I need to do a cancel scan real quick. Can I replace myself with just a target dummy? Good old post haste. Give us some zooms. Pre-pot, that's 150 gold down the drain, forget it. Besides, my potions are auto sent to my banker. Yeah, there would not be a single consumable used. You'd have the richest bunch of people ever. Not a single consumable would be used. No chance. No chance. Matthias, why is your item level 168 when you can craft 230 gear? It's expensive, yo. Just sold a rank 6 leather for 2k profit. Hey, it's 2k more than you had before. Int buff, please. Not a single mage in sight. Not a single mage in sight. Guess we don't have an int buff then. What we should probably do is get the auction house account on the go, because the likelihood is we're gonna die again. Right, so interrupt all of the shit, kill the ad, stack on the thing that does lots of damage, and we should win, right?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're lusting on pull, apparently.
3,
That's a
2,
thing.
1.
Beware.
We're meant to interrupt that. I'm almost certain of it. Is this the thing we're meant to stack on? Isn't that the thing we're meant to stack on? I'm not sure. Bro, use turtle. Some people are getting pissed. What's the name of the thing we're meant to stack on?
3, 2, 1.
Whoa! What's with this fear business? Can we relax with the fear business, please? Right. I still haven't worked out which is the thing we're meant to stack on to not take all the damage. I don't know what these two players have got. What was that? Song of something. Interrupt it. Formless mass. Here's the thing we need to pew pew.
2, 1.
Beware.
Move to somebody. Hang on. That's this thing, right? It wasn't that the thing everybody was supposed to stack on, and nobody did, and now I'm dead again because only me and 2 people did it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should have just let that one guy die
2, 1.
instead of basically sacrificing myself there. Okay, sure. How did this other dude gain all the health back again? What happened there? Yeah, even aspect of the turtle's only going to reduce that by 30%. Yeah, so a hunter can't soak it. I'm guessing something like a mage could soak it.
3, 2.
See, that boomy's running into the middle. Boom, there we go. The boomy knew what was up. You can soak us a hunter, turtle it. But turtle only reduces incoming damage by 30%. Or does it consider it an attack?
3,
And so it just deflects it?
1.
I don't even know. Either way, I think I sacrificed myself. I'd like to point out, you guys wanted this. You guys wanted this. It's fun though. It's a learning experience. It's all good. Both fleshcraft and turtle. Yeah, maybe double stack the whole lot. Maybe.
3, 2, 1.
Tusks on the black market auction house. Just farm them, yo. It's only a 0.1% drop chance. Just farm it.
Beware.
Easy game. Right, well, I ain't getting a res anytime soon, so time to do a cancel scan. I didn't want this, but it's more entertaining than Doritos. Yeah.
3, 2.
It's also, well, I'd rather die in game than choke on a Dorito. That's pretty safe. Pretty safe to say. What are these fragment businesses about? Why are these here? What is this about? I mean, that must be a tank thing that I don't understand. Let's read what the game plays for other people. Crushing Gaze inflicts high damage split evenly amongst players, so drop a cooldown on that one. Fragments of Destiny jump to the nearest player upon being dispelled and is only removed when all fragments exist on a single player. Okay, so you got to get the hang on. Fragments of Destiny, what is this? Icy fragments form around a random player, inflicting a bunch of damage. When dispelled, these jump to the nearest player. If all fragments are on the same player, they're removed to form a shard of destiny. That's never happening in LFR, is it? That's 100% never happening in LFR.
2.
I imagine that's just something a healer has to heal through, because that's never happened. These three combining on a single player in LFR? Nope. Nope. Not in a month of Sundays is that ever happening. So healers are just going to have to heal through this damage, I guess. Tanks, what are tanks doing on this then? Unending Strike inflicts more damage to all players the more applications it has. They take 10% increased damage for 25 seconds and this stacks. In addition, repeating slash strikes all players inflicted with a bunch of damage for each application. Okay. Creates a shield of protective energy for our allies for 40 seconds, reducing damage taken by 90%. Oh, so when that's a go-go, you just don't attack because it's pointless. Okay. That seems relatively simple enough, he says as he lies dead on the floor. I think we got this, though. We got this. Good effort, boys and girls. It is possible for all three to be on one person if you run to each and take it from them yourselves as a healer. That's pretty smart, actually. Yeah, Yeah, that's probably going to be in the hands of the healers to... You can probably be the Don on that one and just run around and collect them. I guess you probably can, yeah. It's not going to happen naturally, though. You'll have to go out of your way to do something about that, I think. Can I get a res? Can I get a res? Yes, we get a res. Thank you. Go on, loot. You will. Just an ember. No loot for me. No loot for me. It was good fun though. I enjoyed that. That was a bit of a blast. We died on 2 out of the 3. 2 out of the 3. But, you know, all in a day's work. I opened stuff to see the end of my mailbox. The last one's expired in 1 day. I'm hoping there wasn't anything after those ones. Yeah, I did that the other day. I got down to as little as 4 days. It was a bit sketch. I'm almost certain there's other characters that I've lost items on, though, at this point. Let's take a little... Somebody was saying there's a belt we can buy from here. 220 Chain of Encircling Death. With a DOM socket. Well, there we go. Apparently we can buy that. Massive upgrade. Go on. Check me out. Check me out with my mad loot. So... Oh, that was also in a slot that I hadn't upgraded. Oh, totally planned. Totally planned. Totally planned. Now we got the domination socket. We can put... Can you, before I do this, can you unsocket stuff from gear? Surely you can, right? If I put this in, it's not going to eat it up. Doesn't this dude sell a thing to undo something or other? Soulfire Chisel. Extract an embedded shard of domination from one of your socketed items. 2,500 Stygia! Fuck a duck, okay. Alright, sure. I mean, there's no reason to not equip this, really, is there? You think it was going to be free? No, I was hoping it would be gold. I hope you just buy them with gold. But of course it's Stygia. Can't we upgrade these with something though? We've got which one is it? Shard of Beck. Jazz Rev. Where's Shard of Beck? 5 embers and 1 Shard of Beck, which we have, gives us an ominous Shard of Beck. Increases the damage by 1.9% when you have 50%. Why would I not buy this right now? Somebody educate me. Why would I not be buying this right now? Starting to feel real bad for all that duck. So, at base, it does 1.5%. We can upgrade it for only 5 Stygian Embers. And I have 46 of these things. And I can upgrade it to an ominous one, which then goes up to 1.9. You would, you just do. Okay, well then we just do. Yoink, give me that then. It's an extra 0.4%. And then that goes in. And then we slap this in here. Bish bash bosh. Upgrade it as high as you can. You need to close and reopen. Oh, whoa, 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 okay, hang on, please hold. Upgrade it as high as you can. Does it now give me a super duper version of it? Oh, it does. How far do these go? So you go from regular to ominous to desolate. How far does it go? Goes up to level 5. Oh, that's going to burn through my embers like a biatch. Should I not... okay. Okay. On the premise that I'm going to need... Well, let's be real here. let's be real. How many domination socket pieces of gear am I actually going to get? It's 30 to go to 4 and then 50 to go to 5. Yeah, that's going to chunk through my... I might... if I have it socketed in my gear, can I still upgrade it through the vendor? And touching that domination shit. It looks hella confusing. I can trade in 15 Stygian Embers right now for an extra, what is it? 1.9 up to 2.3. It's a 0.4% damage increase every time. You'll need to pop it out first. Okay, of course. Of course. Check which set of shards is best for you. For example, I need the unholy set, so I haven't equipped any non-unholy ones yet that I've picked up. Well, the likelihood is I'm probably not going to get a lot because I don't do any sort of raiding on any sort of frequent basis. But we can always check. The shards work regardless. It's only the set bonus that only works in the raid. Let's just go classes, hunter, BM. What does it say that we should be using? Where is it going to be? Shards of domination. They come in X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. Best raid shards of domination build for BM hunters. For BM hunters, we're mostly focused on a shard of domination build that increases our damage. As such, we'll look to maintain the unholy rune 3-set bonus and fill other slots with DPS ones. So the unholy one, the Diz, Zed and Oth is what we should probably be focusing on. But I got the Shard of Beck. Another solid DPS increase. There is 1 DPS shard per colour, so you'll always use all 3 DPS ones in your build. Well, I've got this one then. On the premise that I've got this one, I won't upgrade it much further than this. I will conservatively save some of these embers. Not that I'm going to get a lot of them anyway, because I don't really do raiding. But best Shard of Domination to upgrade for BM Hunters. Shard of Domination can be upgraded 4 times to increase the effect of the unique bonuses via Stygian Embers, which can be obtained by killing bosses. All Shards of Domination will start at the normal version and will be needed to upgrade with the things. So normal to ominous to desolate to foreboding to portentous. 5 to 15 to 30 to 50. So 50, 60, 70, 80, 95, 100 embers to max out a gem. $100 embers to max out a gem. Best raid shards of domination, blah, blah, blah. Since the higher ranks require additional Stygian Embers, we'll likely want to keep our throughput orientated shards at a similar rank until fully upgraded before upgrading our more utility based ones. This allows us to be as efficient as possible with the Stygian Embers whilst maximising our power gain. This resulting in the following order. This one and the Shard of Beck should be upgraded at the same time at similar ranks. Fully upgrade both before moving on to the 3rd Shard of Domination. So actually, this is probably the one it claims that I should be upgrading, regardless of set bonus. I'm going to prioritise the Unholy first, then equip the others once I have enough gear. Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? I don't even have the gear right now, so if I get more gear, then sure, maybe. But, okay. Okay. Regardless, it seems to emphasise that this Shard of Beck is a good one to be upgrading anyway. I know for a fact that my Stygian Embers are going to be a bottleneck for me for sure, even more so than acquiring the gear, I'd guess. So I'll upgrade it to where it is now, which is ominous, and I'll equip it there. I don't want to waste too many of these embers. Although 15, 20 per jet. Oh, we'll go one more. We'll go one more. There we go. 2.3%. Because, I mean, I don't think we can physically go any higher than that even if we want. No, we can't. And there's then diminishing returns as you go higher anyway. It goes from 2.3 to now only 2.6. So it's actually now only a 0.3% increase on top. So yeah, we'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. Let's put you in there. 2.5%, nearly 2.5% more damage when I have 50% or more health than the target, which, especially for doing daily shit, is like all the time. Cool. Cool. This is the least goal making stream I think I've ever done, but we got a bunch of conduits I need to go and hand in. We should probably check out what conduits we're using. Look at me trying to min-max my character like a pro. We're doing alright for gear actually at the moment. Considering I'm usually running around in scrub gear, this isn't actually that bad. Let's take a Hearthstone to our Covenant, sort these conduit situations out. Crunchy Pistachio, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. I should probably start using some of these upgrade tokens now, because I think I've got all of the conduits at least 200. So happy it's Friday. It's nearly the weekend. That it is. It is nearly the weekend. Brutal projectiles. That's up to 200 now. Deadly chain. Where's deadly chain? Deadly chain up to 200 as well. One, two, three. We're only missing. We've only got 3 at less than 200 right now. I could use all of my upgrade tokens and upgrade them all up to 200. I'm never going to get many of these upgrade tokens anyway. We should do an only goblin raid. You want to get in? You gotta show 5 mil in the trade window. That's like the most outrageous. That's the most ridiculous. People ask for achievements, sure, but that's just gross. Totally gross. I'm just gonna use these. I can't be bothered waiting. Right, there we go. That is every one of my conduits at level 200 now. I have no idea how to get them higher than this, other than using these. Probably just do content, yo, but... You got to pay. You've got to put 100k in the pool. Maybe that's what you do, right? The ultimate goblin raid. Ultimate goblin raid. If you die, it's 100k into the pot. And at the end of the raid, you at the end of the raid, or at the end of the boss, if you're still alive, you do a roll, and the winner takes the pot. That's like the ultimate goblin. Hang on, where am I going? Where am I going? I've just realised we're doing silly things. Silly things. We've got a portal to Oribos now. Boom, off we go. Goblin Raid would be cool, but what about a Goblin Rift? You're right, a Goblin Rift would be good, actually. That's a very sensible suggestion. I might put together a rift in a minute then. To be honest, if we ever do a Goblin raid, I think we'd spend more time in cross-gambling than actually raiding. Yeah, it's probably true. I'm going to lend 5 mil to serious raiders so they can get in and be the last one standing. By the way, this is basically buying a carry. It's true. Right, I should do some daily stuff on Korthia. Should we put a raid? Should we put a rift together? Should we do a rift? I think people want to do a rift. I think I might bring. Actually, thinking about it, I might bring my mage to the rift. I'll do it on my mage because I need the Archivist Codex rep. I don't really need the rep on this hunter. It would be nice to have, but it's not essential. I'll set the rift up on this mage. Or do I have keys? Somebody will have keys. Or rift portals. There's no lightless silk left on my realm for days already. I'm thinking of making a new character on another realm and then buying and transferring a bunch of silk in exchange for some WoW tokens back to my realm. Can you get in trouble for doing this? I never. The easy answer is it's not suggested, but it does happen. I'm sure Blizzard don't particularly want people doing it, but I don't think it's like enforceable very much. It's definitely not something that is it kind of sits in a grey area, let's put it that way. Just because people do it and get away with it doesn't necessarily mean that Blizzard advocate you doing it. See, we spent way too much raiding. Look at the undercuts. Look at the undercuts. Top guilds actually raid servers, buying everything and transferring the items back. Yeah, I know. I'm aware that they do. But like I said, the fact that one person does something and gets away with it isn't necessarily indicative of the fact that you should be doing it. Let me put it this way: I would never advocate doing it. I think you're putting your account at risk. If it's a risk that you are willing to take, though, you do you. We need to get over to Korthia. We need to make sure our... Let's not use our Hearthstone, actually. I've just thought about that. We could do with keeping a Hearthstone for the raid. So let's get over there naturally. I'm a mage. I can pull to Oribos. Was that everything cancelled? No, we've still got a few more. There we go, everything cancelled. Let's get those back on the AH. Yeah, we are. I need about 1,000 catalogued research. If I can get my hands on 1,000 catalogued research today on this mage, I probably won't ever feel the need to do much Corthia action with this dude ever again. Echo right now are buying mythic BOEs from any realm and any faction, so they can transfer the character to give the BOE to them. So if they can do it, I'm sure everybody can do it. Yeah. But it's transferring an item from one realm to another for the purpose of power gain on your character is a little bit different than deliberately buying a bunch of cheap materials from one realm to then profit from them on another realm. How common is the longboy in the black market auction house? Not very common at all, although it is now able to be acquired from the black market auction house containers. So if you're willing to dump a bunch of gold in those things, you've got the chance of pulling the longboy out of that. Let's go this way. Any idea what the drop chance of it is inside the container? Oh, very slim. Yeah, let me put it this way. It would absolutely be cheaper to pay gold cap for it off the black market auction house than it probably would be to buy enough containers to get it out of a container. But obviously, the chance of you, the opportunity to even buy it off the black market auction house for gold cap doesn't come around very often on any realm. I've got some notifications set up on TSM to let me know if it's on any black market auction house. And let me tell you, across the entire EU, I get maybe one email a week. They really don't appear very often. Which is why there's people out there that will source them for people. And they will, you know... I think the going rate to get the longboy now is about 13 million gold. Not exactly gold cap, you can do it with 9.55 million. I also believe they were... I don't know if this was rumour or speculation or a thing. But I also heard that there was something about... Yeah, it's based on a roll now, I believe. I believe multiple people are able to bid at gold cap, and then it's just rolled off. If I understand it right. That was another change that came in recently with the black market auction house, or at least since 9.0. So there's no such thing as like max bidding it now to guarantee it, I don't believe. If somebody can find some documentation on that though, I'm still sort of cautious that that might just be rumour. Yeah, let me put it this way. I tend not to be able to test spending gold cap very often. Is this invite from somebody based on people wanting to do the raid? Do the rift? Who is this? Who could it be on SM? Okay. It's better than one guy buying and you wait for the next miracle to see him again. That's true. No, but the way that people were selling the longboy to others is they were orchestrating the transfer of the gold to you, to the realm in question. So you'd pay like somebody 13 million for them to transfer you 10 million gold. These are people obviously that have gold cap on like all the realms. It's a very organised thing. The boosting community probably had a lot to do with this. Group is up in the group finder. Let's get this rift on, boys and girls. Search for Manthius rift run. We're gonna we'll put together our rift for the day. We'll firstly do Zovals, get some people some group keys. Then we'll head back over to Korthia. We'll hunt down the 4 treasure chests, and if we find a rare or something, we can work on it as and when. Join the group. We'll give everybody a couple of minutes to join the group. Head over to the bridge towards the Beast Warrens in the moor. We start from here. Once we're all grouped up, once we're all ready, we'll rock and roll. I'll give you guys a few minutes. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes. You occupy yourselves. I'm going to play a quick ad during the downtime. He says, although I don't even have the Twitch website open to be able to do that right now. Where's my Twitch dashboard when I need it? There we go. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls, and then we'll get this rift on the go. Alrighty. Are we ready? Are we ready? Hang on. I'm not ready. Four people? Boys and girls, please put down whatever it is you're doing. We're doing a rift. Join the group, for the love of God. Free loot. Who doesn't want free loot? There we go, there we go. Let's try and get 10 people together if we can. It's much quicker and easier if we can do it with numbers. I'll join when you start playing the right faction, e.g. Horde. Yeah, I almost feel as if I need to play 4 characters. I need to play Alliance, and Horde on the EU, I also need to play Alliance and Horde on the US. Only at that point, and if I do everything 4 times, will everybody be happy? What Vallegro said. Well, this shows, doesn't it? There's way too few. Oh yeah, your Alliance. And there was me relogging. NA Gaming, what a joke. See, who would have thought it, right? Who would have thought that there's not actually 2 factions anymore? There's actually 4. Because NA and EU. Right then, I think we're going with a cozy group of 5 here. Let's wait for Seducer to turn up. He's in somewhere. He's about. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? He's kicking about somewhere. I saw him. He's up here. He's on his way. There we go. Right then. Has anybody got a group key? I don't think I've got group keys on this dude. Oh, condensed Stygia. Gain 250 Stygia. Alright then, cool. Sure. Somebody invite Ginny. Just got a call, the apartment's gone. Oh dear. Oh dear. Unlucky. Where's the bear butt at then? The bear butt's still in the moor. Give the bear butt time to turn up. There's lots of people that seem to be planning to move house at the moment. I don't know if this is being stuck in the same house during COVID times is caused people to want to move, or what the situation is, but there seems to be lots of people moving at the moment. My landlord here wants to sell up. Now you see, often if you're, because I've been a landlord myself, it is entirely possible to sell the place occupied. You just sell it with the tenant. You obviously doesn't necessarily mean that if your landlord sells the place that they have to kick you out. But that is also kind of up to them, though. Our company wasn't going to buy an office when we were in lockdown and not allowed to be in an office. Oh, that's true. Be right back. Start without me on catch up. You can't, because you need to get in the rift. Everybody has to get in the rift before... everybody's got to jump in the rift before the person that puts the rift portal down. Otherwise you won't be able to get in. So speedy, speedy. Right, we've done this a few times though. Now, boys and girls, we should all know the score. Do Zoval's chest first. I believe everybody in this party has been in the party previously. We'll do Zoval's chest first. Once we do that, either Hearthstone or mount up and run over to Corthia. given enough time, we should find ourselves the 4 chests. Can somebody long boy real quick? I'm out of goblin gliders. Can I buy a long boy? Let me buy some gliders real quick. You know what my next question's going to be, right? Can I buy a Katie? Anybody got a Katie? Just real casual. Mailbox in Corthia works in the Rift. Okay. Don't I have one myself? Don't be stupid. No, I don't have anything. I'm the worst goblin in history. I don't have any of the goblin utilities. What's with this? What's with this, like, big dick show of Vespers on? What's going on here? Playing some ding dong songs. Alright, sure. Hang on. Who be this? Who be this? Oh! Quick! Let's get some mages in the go. Let's get some mages in. Speedy, speedy. Where you at? Where you at? You're in aura, boss! Alright, you're close. You're close. We're good. We're good. Let me relog and mail some gliders over then. Dude, just buy them off the auction house. They're like 20 gold a piece. What do you think that long boy is designed for? We're a bunch of goal makers. I mean, surely somebody can surely somebody can fit you the bill for a long boy, not for a long boy, for a goblin glider. Hang on, who's this now? More people. If you're quick, let's go. If you're quick. Mine are the cheapest from an alt. Can't buy your own auctions. Buy the expensive ones. Oh dear. Right, we'll go with 10. We'll go with 10. We'll close the group now. Why won't it let me delist? I can view the group, I can't delist it. Somebody delist it now. We're good with 10. Whoa, I was going to say, that outrider was just chilling. Just not bothered at all. Just casually strolling through. Let's get him out of the way. Right, who are we waiting for? Where's everybody at now? Where's everybody at? Some of you guys are still in Corthia. Who have we still got over here in Corthia? Hang on. Let me close Zygor real quick. Virinator and Nefarious. Get your ass to the Beast Warrens. Jesus, it's already 32 degrees in here. Yeah, my room says it's 31 degrees in here as well. It's going to be a hot day today. It's going to be a hot one. It's going to be a hot one. Are they en route? They're en route. Okay, let's give these last 2 guys a chance to get here. Katie Stamp Whistle, there she is. Where'd she go? Somebody baited me. Straight up baited me. Where's it gone? There she is. Couple of Goblin Gliders. Couple of Corthian Armaments. What are we hoping for on the Corthian Armaments? Oh, I should go buy that belt, shouldn't I? I should go buy that belt. So I need pants and I need feet. Pants and feet. Let's go. Or braces. Gloves? No. Stinky. Pants! Yes! There we go. Get on my legs. Go on. Boots. You would. Tome of Insight. We've already got one of those. We've already got one of those. You can't equip it twice. Oh well, it's all good. Right, I think we're ready, boys and girls. Nefarious is just here right now. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Pile in, boys and girls, pile in. Let's go find that chest. Let's go find that chest. Oh, we found it. Well, that's going to be a nice quick Zovals then. Oh, oh. We have come to the rescue. Right, I'll be expert puller. I'll be the best box puller you've ever seen. People still don't know about the 230 gear. One guildie yesterday bought a full set. Blows my mind. Although it's real cheeky on Blizzard's end though, since there's no indication on the tooltip of it that it's their unique equip. If you look at the default Blizzard UI when you buy them on the auction house, there's no indication that it's unique equip. So it doesn't surprise me that people have accidentally bought an entire set of it. They just see, oh wow, 230 gear. They hover over it. Wow, that's actually cool. And then they just go ahead and buy a set. Did you just make the rift? Yes, we did, yeah. Considering that we've done this in like literally less than 2 minutes, we can, given the opportunity to, obviously Hearthstone over to Corthia next. Let's go hunting down those treasures, and let's try and plan it so that we all end up towards Yorick, towards the end. So grab the chests first, obviously. 4 chests priority, and given enough chance, we'll do Yorick at the end as well. Lovely stuff. Bit of Stygia, bit of Collapsing Rift stones. Nice, nice. Do not hearth if your Hearthstone is not set in Corthia. Yes, true. Right, let's go find some chests then. Hang on, hang on. There's no way I'm not sticking with a crew. There's no way I'm not sticking with a crew of people. I need me like 12 pocket healers, I'm just saying. Chest is in the cave. Chest is in the cave. Let's make some food real quick as well. Cat is out the bag for real this time. Can you make a rift with a regular rift key? The regular rift keys are solo use. You'll need to. There's what are they called? There's a blue variation of the rift key that is a group one. Not only is it a group one, you can also position it down wherever you want. So you can decide where you start the rift. Second on me. Where's... Oh, second all the way down the bottom. Okay. Let's go. Wait, where was the first one? The first one was very far up north. All the way up north in the cave. In the cave? Don't see it? Oh, okay. I mean, it was definitely there. Do they despawn? Oh, the game was bugged. A reload fixed it. Fair enough. All good. All good. So 2 down. There's gonna be one in the far left-hand corner that always is. We need to find the one on the mountain. We need to find the one on the mountain up here. I don't know its name. Mauler's Outlook. The mountain at Mauler's Outlook. There's always one there. And if we go find the one on the mountain, you can goblin glider your way all the way down to the one in the bottom corner. Or run down the chain, actually. Run down the chain is probably a more sensible way of doing it. Save your goblin glider to get over to the Vault of Secrets. Oh shit. Come on, game. I'm out of combat. Let me mount up. Come on, game. Let me mount up. Ah, the stuck in combat bug is so annoying. There we go. Finally. Finally. Have we found the third? We found the third. Nice one. Nice one. Ginny's on it. Nice one. Good time on this. Good time on this. Inventory's full. Fuck a duck. Hang on. Please hold. Right, over to the cave in the corner. That bear is speedy. Druids be fast. It's in the cave. Where is it? It's got to be in the cave, right? Hang on, we're going to need to pew this dude real quick. No time for killing things. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't like having to kill things. There we go. Woo! It's dead. Is it not in here? Oh, it's not in there. Oh, it must be in the actual cave then. It's showing down. It must be actually down in the cave. In the big cave. The big cave where the rare usually is. Must be in here. Yeah, it's in the top shelf. Go right as you go into the cave. Pew the dude. Nice one. Nice one. So now all we got to do is we've got 5 minutes to make our way over to 5 minutes to make our way over to Yorick. Got loads of keys. We'll head over to Yorick if we don't have time to kill him or people struggle to get over there because you've got to do the whole Goblin Glider wizardry to get over there at this point. We'll just make another key. Where was the fourth one? There was one up on Mauler's Outlook. There was one down in the middle of Seeker's Quorum. There was one in the cave where we are now. In the Sanctuary of Guidance. We probably don't have time to easily get to Yorick now, so I guess we'll probably just make a second rift for Yorick. Oh, haha, I found melee. Although I can't interact with her because we're in the rift. But I know to come back here though. Oh no, Seducer died. Stupid lag. No worries. We've probably not got time to kill Yorick on this one anyway. Oops, that was that was a miscalculation. But head towards where Yorick is. If needs be, we'll set down another rift and everybody can jump back in. No biggie. I'll pop out of this rift for now. Let's get rid of some of this trash. Who showed you that easy way to glide over? Don't know. Some stranger. 349 catalogued research. I need 1,000. I need 1,000. Right, who we waiting for? Who we waiting for? Radar is on the way. It's a bit of a mage party here right now. On my way, got to get to the flight point. No worries, we'll wait. It's all good. Is that route your daily loop in Corthia? Yeah, it is, yeah. It tends to be. I go anti-clockwise. I just run through this a few times, and by the time I've run through this lap a few times, I've basically cleared most of the treasures on the map. Not only that, but it gives you a good opportunity to come across most of the rares. It doesn't incorporate Vault of the Secrets, but you can just go over to Vault of the Secrets and spend 5 minutes down here and you'll be good anyway. Doesn't integrate it into the lap per se, but there's realistically just the chest. There's the nest, sorry. There's the nest and there's the one more sworn cache down here. So if you spend 5 minutes down here, you should be good. The relic caches you'll pick up by doing this main lap. Of course, there's the rares down here as well, which are worthwhile killing. And there's the event for the Venthyr event. Let's just wait for Radar then, he's on his way. It's just taking the flight point down and then we'll be good. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a couple of laps, I think, today. Going to have to be a bit of a catalogued research hog today. Run around Corthia a few times. Once I get Archivists up to tier 4 on this character, though, I'm pretty much done. That means my 3 characters that I needed to get done. Well, I basically then it puts me in the position where I can craft every item level item in the game. So, which is where I wanted to be. Radar's nearly here. Alrighty. Good stuff. Good stuff. Right. Where's the rift key? Oh, okay, okay. Rift keys on. Rift keys on. Pile in, pile in. Pile in and pew. Check out that demon hunter go. Boom. Not only that, oh, that also completed my shaping fate for the week on this character. Absolutely incredible. Can we bring a rare into Corthia? Yes, we probably can. We should probably check whether those are available. Silent Soul Stalker. If we can bring a rare into Corthia, it's worthwhile doing. 50 item level upgrade dropped. Nice. We love us some of that. The rare's not here. The other one is the Dread Soul Hatcher. We can cheese our way over there. Oh, or we can usually. Goblin glider our way over there. Yoink. See if he's here. It doesn't look like he's here either. Let's check the third one. Oh, you son of an absolute gun. Knocked me out of all of my fancy speed boost as well. These apparently the rift rares, the 3 rift rares are on a 15-minute rotation. So in theory you can actually only ever do 1 per rift key. But you've also got to time it so you know which one's up. But this dude's not up either. None of them have spawned. None of them have spawned. Right then, boys and girls, I think that's the rift done. Everybody just camp at 1 until it spawns then. I mean, we theoretically could do. We've got 13 minutes, but it does require me to just sit and do nothing for 13 minutes. You guys can feel free to sit and camp them if you wish. Considering I'm streaming at the moment, I don't particularly want to just sit and camp res. Thank you for the rift, boys and girls. Hope everybody got themselves plenty of catalogued research. I'm going to dip from the raid group if nothing else right now. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. If you missed the rift today, we'll do the rift tomorrow as well. I finished my melee today right in the spot where you found her. A lot of people in the group couldn't get up that ledge, and we were summoned there by a warlock. Yeah, you have to follow the big trail of blue line stuff. You can do a Manthe cancel scan. Yeah, I guess we can. Yeah, maybe you might be right. We'll see. Let me see if I can get a cancel scan out of the way without dying in the rift. Nah, I'm gonna dip from this. I need to go and do some more. My time is better spent running around gathering some more catalogued research. But thank you, boys and girls. Especially since there's a rare up here. Wild World Cracker. Oh, no, he's dead. He's dead. Where is he? No, he's dead. Okay. We used to get it on the other side with a glider. Just can't fathom how they could get up there. Yeah, you follow, like, you start from near where the teleporter is, and you follow the blue line all the way up. Is Croak the bloke up? Somebody was saying Croak was up. I need to kill a lot of rares today if I can on this character. Croak is up. Croak is being pew-pewed. Whoa, 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 what's going on here? Being slapped about. Jesus, my mage just gets obliterated. Outrageous behaviour. I tell you what, having there be only one spawn location in Korthia is really annoying. They need to add some more graveyards, I think, in Korthia. Considering this is the Shadowlands, the realm of the dead, you'd expect there to be more than one gravestone, right? Well, at least Croak is dead. Go on, give me something good. Give me something good. Not today. Right, let's do my lap, I think. Let's get my lap out of the way. Run through, try and find some stuff. There's a chest. Bingo. There's a purple dude, actually. We pew pew purple dudes. You've got relics on you. Oh, who's bringing this dude into play? Can we not do that? Maybe I'll dip out of that one. All druids and demon hunters crafter teams. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, demon hunters have had a good time in Korthia. Demon hunters for sure have had a good time in Korthia. Your double jump is coming clutch, I'd imagine. Oh, actually, Shaping Fate quest is probably going to give me a stack load of catalogued research. It might even give me 300. I might not need to do this full lap, actually. Do any of these give me... Oh! Oh! This quest alone is going to give me 300. We're on to a win. What are you going to do? What do you want? Oh! There's the other 200. Well, there we go. You can get 500 just from the daily quests. Anima, whatever. Stream of luck or what? Stream of luck or what? Right, go on. Yes! We got ourselves 5 cubes. Just got 5 150s from Shaping Fate. Yeah, I got 5 of those as well. Excellent. Well, that saves me running around doing any shenanigans. We got ourselves a 207 ring as well. Surely we can put that to use. Surely we can put that to use. What's this other ring I've got? Reduces the rate in which you incur the eye of the jailer in the moor. Not anymore, it don't. See you later. Get you out of there. Oh no, I've already got one of those on. Oh, that's why I can't equip it. Phooey. Oh well. Oh well. At least we're tier 4 now. Bosh. Oh, that's a relief. Oh, that's a relief. I would like to buy something. I would like to buy this. Yes, I would. In theory, I should probably... Do I want to spend 1,000 catalogued research so that I lose 75% less when I die in the moor? Not even if I die in the moor, when I die in the moor. Yeah, I think I do. This is a new item, by the way. On your mage, absolutely. Yeah, categorically. Best purchase ever. Can you get weapons from Corthian armaments? You can, yes. You can. As you can see, my 220 weapon staff is a Corthian armament. Right, that then, in theory, is now all of the mandatory... It only took me 2 weeks to do it. I was planning on doing all of this in the first, like, 4 days of the expansion, but I just didn't. Took me only 2 weeks to do it. Took me 14 days, 15 days instead of 4, but... Can you start the campaign in Corthia with 0 renown, or is it required 40 to even start the Corthia camp? You need to have done the first couple of chapters of Season 1, and then you can get into Corthia at least, but you can't get past the third... I don't think you can get past either the second or the third campaign in 9.1 without completing the first one. So, if you want to progress further... you're going to need to do some playing on that character for sure. Boom! Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle for tailoring. Finally! Even though it's hella expensive. Outrageously expensive. Say goodbye to all of my shrouded cloth. Is there anything else worth doing the campaign for goblins after the Vestige? Not that I can think of. Not too specifically. I mean, it's... hang on, let me turn off my ringtone. On my. It's argued that you could... I mean, there's more companions for your mission table, which you can definitely argue is a goblinry thing. What else is there? Don't think there's really anything too goblinry. I mean, obviously world quests going up. Not specifically a goblinry thing, but... yeah, easy answer is no, not really. Although, just like what we found in the end of patch 9.0, how many people out there were frantically grinding out renown because they were behind after they realised that it was something that was then going to be needed going forward. a lot of people, you know, had to zerg to catch up. So I'm going to keep my alts, both campaign and renown. I'm going to keep them up, put it that way. So that regardless to what happens in patch 9.2, I'm already, you know, prepared for it. You become better at finding relics, increasing the amount of relics you find from sources by 20%. Good, good. I'll take it. Mysterious rifts. Examine the missing relics within the reliquary of remembrance and purchase a repaired rift key. Haven't I mean, I've way done all of this. Way done all of this. Right, there we go. Cool. Excelente. We're about done on this mage then. I was thinking I might have to do a sweep, but I don't, which is nice. Time to get back to Sinful, hand in our conduits. We're looking in good shape now, boys and girls. We're looking in very good shape. Not particularly fantastic from a goal making perspective, but we're doing alright. We're doing alright. I haven't done that cancel scan I promised to do though, have I? Cancel 4, 5s and 6s. Let's go. If the quests gave you a choice which weapon you get, but sadly no luck on most tunes. Yeah, this is also the thing. Like, for example, on my paladin, I could do with a one-handed weapon for my prop paladin. I got one, and it was a stupid holy one. It's like, for fuck. Which was annoying, but... So even if you do strike it lucky and get the weapon, it's probably going to be the wrong weapon. What's this cancel 456 button? It's just a predefined group setup for cancelling only rank 4s, 5s and 6s. Rather than trying to cancel all of them. I'm not wasting cancel scans on ranks 1 through till 3 anymore. People can buy them if they want. If I get undercut on them, not bothered. My quota is being spent on the big stuff. Because what you can do is when you select a bunch of groups, if you look in your recent scans list, it will show what you chose to cancel. So initially, if you're using my groups, or have them set up similar to mine, you can just select 4, 5 and 6. You do it manually the first time, and then it will show up in your recent scans. And your recent scans, you can press the star, which will favourite them. Once you've favorited it, you can also choose to rename it as well if you wish. So I've just, you know, favorited a cancel 4, 5 and 6. So then it doesn't matter what I've got selected or not selected here. I have it so that just my base legendaries are selected entirely for the purpose of just posting. But then when I do a cancel, it just cancels on 4, 5s and 6s. Just a bit of a shortcut to save you having to constantly switch which groups you're dealing with. Little optimization that saves you quite a lot of time over eventually, I'd imagine. Let's start flying to wherever we're meant to fly to. Prices went under 2k for crystals again today. I'm addicted to buying them. Yeah. I feel you on that one. I've got a fair few lying about now. I'd even break it into 2 rounds, 4, 5 and 6s together until you go over the throttle. Might as well do 1, 2, 3, 4s for 1 round and then 5s and 6s. Yeah, I mean, you can go to town on how you want to do it. I think it's okay to buy because the weekends come in. In my opinion, the lion's share of this week's crystals have already been farmed, so... Everybody wants to do their Shaping Fate on a Wednesday because Shaping Fate gives you a noun. Much after Wednesday, everybody else is too busy doing other stuff than to be pissing about in Corthia, I think. They're either raiding or they're doing Mythic Plus or they're PvPing or whatever. So the big surge of crystals on Wednesday, once they get bought out, crystals are dropping in price again. Ranks 5s and 6 sales are picking up. For me, sweet spot to be in. Yep. The floodgates haven't opened for me on rank 5s and 6s yet, but goblins are slowly chipping away at the price to hopefully find that sweet spot. Currently, the average rank 5 and 6 is being listed for less than a single token's worth of gold, which I've always considered to be the sweet spot. Now, as and when people get their cinders, we should be good to go. And I've got plenty of crystals to ready to recraft anything that sells. Random rank 2 Bone Shatter Waistguard, sure. Smack bang on 2,000 gold for the crystals. Currently here. 1,400 available. The price, they're being squished to the bottom pretty heavily again now. There's a big chunk of them at about 2,500, but past that, there's really none of them. Somebody going all out, posting 28 for 90k a piece. Good luck on that. But there's starting to be like under 2,100. There's starting to be a big chunk of them. I didn't even finish that on alts. Same on my realm. Weird for the last half. Yeah. Hang on. I need to hang on. I need to turn off this real quick. Hang on, I need to turn off this add-on real quick. Reload. Now my game's going to crash on me. Perfect timing for... Oh no, it's doing something. It's just being very slow about it. I need me one of those fancy thread rippers. And some oil tycoon buy me a thread ripper, please. Oh no. Oh no. There's a goblin war starting on my realm. Oh well. Oh well. We'll see how it goes. Let's did I actually do that cancel scan? I can't remember. I think it's very true to see that people are getting impatient. Haven't seen them for over 2k for days. I'm at 1.8k plus. Well, it's very apparent to me that people have not bought their rank 5 or rank 6 yet. So it's as and when the floodgates open and people decide to start buying them. Like I said, that all of my speculations for the crystals were based on the supply and demand of them. Until people start buying them, there isn't the demand for them. So until that point, the price will probably steadily keep going down. But when the demand does kick in for them, the price will either balance out at that point, or it will go up a little bit. Even the raiders didn't buy them all looking at the race. Yeah, the whole Soul Cinders thing's a bit of a mystery to everybody. I think that's the problem. Volumes are only going to go up from now on, in my opinion. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Lots of people are just casually getting them and have more and more of them. Let's get these listed back on though. Grab those. How have I got so many expired stuff? What's going on? Yo, Matthews, how we doing? We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We actually did. Firstly, we did the LFR earlier today, which I know is literally jokes to most people, but we rarely even do the LFR. So we did the LFR today because it's just a bit of a blast, bit of fun. We've finally got our mage tier 4 with the Archivist Codex, meaning that we can now finally craft both 200 item level and 230 item level gear with all of the professions, which is nice. Now we're just getting our auctions in check. So far, reasonable day. Reasonable day. Demon Maker with the hydrate and the posture check. I will do both. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. I've been looking at new office chairs. I'm not sure if I'm gonna bother because this is, you know, this is the ye olde default IKEA office chair. But it's quite comfortable. I just don't like the fact that the back of it is so high. Yeah, that's the main thing I don't like about it. Write something special. Is it the IKEA Marcus? It is indeed. It is indeed. It must be the 2-monitor setup or whatever you're using. You're always looking twisted to the left. Well, yeah, it's because my main game is here and my chat and OBS is to the left of me here. And obviously the new messages appear at the bottom. So, but yeah, I am always kind of looking this way. That is because, unlike many streamers, I do read my chat. Let's grab this shrouded cloth and get that back up on the auction house. Oh, no, hang on. What are we doing? There we go. There we go. Let's get the rest of this random stuff. That'll get you neck pain. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. But you ignore the sponsored ad. Oh, I didn't. My bad. I didn't even see the sponsored ad. I saw the write something special. You see, you distracted me with the write something special. Hang on. Our tunes are also missing. Where's our tunes gone? Who stole the music? There we go. Sponsored ad from Vallegro. Thank you, thank you. The easiest way to avoid ads is, of course, to hit that sub button. You want the quad factor? Maybe the quad factor will come back soon. Maybe. Mythic BOE farms already up. Wonder if top guilds are actually going to pay 8 million per piece like their price on the auction house though. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. The one thing that is of note though is that the Mythic BOE farm groups have already started to report that the amount of Mythic BOEs they're getting is very, very slim. There's not a huge amount of trash. And that trash doesn't seem to have a great drop rate for BOEs. So these mythic BOEs are potentially going to be quite rare. They've stopped dropping before the first boss. Have they removed them from the first boss as well? BOEs are dropping after the third boss now. 5 runs, we saw 2 pieces. You've got to actually be able to kill the bosses. Yeah, that in itself is... Time to stand up and stretch. You've been online 3.5 hours. We've had a couple of breaks. We're all good. We're good. Of all the things we sell, we end up selling drums. Of all the things to sell. My run is saved at 1 out of 10. Saw 2 pieces dropping yesterday. I mean, it's probably a very viable way of goal making right now, because of course, you strike it lucky, you get that mythic BOE right now. It's probably pretty pricey, but it's yeah. I mean, it's like extreme level transmog farming, isn't it? Really, you could spend 5 hours doing it and see absolutely nothing for your time, or you could get outrageously lucky and get 2 pieces to drop. Promised myself I'd try this grind at least this week. I mean, yeah, if it works. I mean, it's if you get lucky and you get something, then you're going to be absolutely laughing when they're outrageously priced. Yeah, the different. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's Let's take a look at what's going on now. What's the item level of them? 252 or something? No, what? Hang on. What's the item level meant to be of them? Is there literally not a single one on my auction house? $252. There's none on Sylvanas. Well. There we go then. There we go then. There's the indication. Sylvanas Realm is dead. Sylvanas Realm is with the dodos. Time to vacate. Time to vacate. Mythic's been out 2 days and there's not a single Mythic BOE on Sylvanas. This realm is dead. They get bought and transferred over to full pops? Probably. Probably. Where are we doing here? We were going to hand in our anima, hand in our conduits, call this mage, call it a day on this mage real quick. Let's grab our renown. Got to do the campaign on these dudes at some point in the next few days as well. Ooh, 5k. Do we want to spend it upgrading something? We probably should, shouldn't we? We need 10k though. I might wait till we've got a little bit more. Because otherwise we'll burn out of... we'll have nothing left for the mission table. Where's the Forge of Bonds? Is this way? Turn you in. And you. And you. And you. And I'll save the upgrade ones until we've at least got 200s of all of them. There's no point me wasting these upgrade tokens that are going to upgrade this thing to a, you know, pathetic point. Right, I think this mage is about donezo, you know. I think we should we could do some crafting on this mage actually real quick. It might be sensible now that we've unlocked that 230 gear to actually make some of it. TSM groups, tailoring, restock. No, well, hang on. Why did it try and restock everything in its dog? Why is there some sneaky stuff in jewel crafting selected? Let's try that again. Tailoring, restock. Thank you. What are we going to need then, gathering wise? We need a bunch of crafters mark 2s, a bunch of crafters mark 4s, some novice crafters marks, and a buttload of shrouded cloth. Well, we can do shrouded cloth. We've got a lot of shrouded cloth here already, so let's burn through some of that first real quick. Let's open task list. Craft, go. What we're restocking over here? Anything tailoring. Anything tailoring. But presumably mostly some of the 230 Shadow Lace gear. I might regret this because I'm massively overpaying for this, but because I have to make my crafter's marks on tailoring, which makes them outrageously expensive. Let's just call it that. 6,000 gold a piece for one of these. Yeah, I'm going to regret this decision very quickly, but we'll see. Would you be setting up from scratch when leaving Sylvanas or transferring, like a guild transfer or something? I've not decided. First and foremost, I want to just continue milking or recuperate all of my expenditure for legendaries over here. Then we'll focus on Tor and Mill, getting that realm fully set up and just on autopilot. And then I might consider what I do with Sylvanas realm, whether I vacate completely by transfer. Easy answer is I don't know. Wow, we sucked up all of that shrouded cloth, like, in a heartbeat. Considering on Sylvanas I don't know, the characters on here are so advanced. I've used them for so many years. They are literally my main characters. To be fair, you already did the setup from scratch thing. Yeah, exactly. I've kind of done that, and I'd rather just, you know, transfer dudes about. Because I don't want new characters. I want the same characters. I just want them somewhere where the market's better. So these guys would probably, because they're all already Alliance, probably go to Silvermoon. Probably. is my first thought. Get them on the biggest alliance realm out there. Still need more shrouded cloth. Are you jesting? I mean, the obvious thing I would like to have set up is I would like to have, on the top 4 realms in the EU, I'd like to have a good solid setup that is somewhat self-sufficient. That I can log on to, do a little bit of crafting, post some stuff, and, you know, just churn through. More shrouded cloth. Okay, game. Right, this is getting ridiculous now. Actually getting ridiculous how quickly we're going through this. I guess it's 500 shrouded cloth every time I press the go button. That's probably the reason. Well, we've got shrouded cloth for days, so I guess I don't mind. Isn't it terribly expensive to transfer all of the characters? Not if I'm using gold. It doesn't cost me anything. Yeah, I agree, Woo. There's so many. The overall benefits far outweigh. I mean, if you want to be playing this game, the game is now in a fashion where it does literally just filter all of the player base to the top realms. When you first start playing the game, you can get up and running pretty comfortably wherever you start. But if you firstly want to do anything even remotely competitive, you have to be on one of the bigger servers. And that in itself is a cast iron reason to why everybody is slowly but surely merging onto some of the bigger realms. It's a problem for Blizzard that they don't seem to be able to fix. They should cap the. They argue that they should probably cap the amount of people that can be on a server, and you can say they artificially do anyway, but it's not enough. Plus, being Horde is for endgame content is now a must. Yeah. $25 normal price, $17.50 during the summer and winter sale. Yeah, I mean it's not a lot. I mean I wouldn't be transferring like I'd be if I was to transfer, I'd probably transfer 4 characters. I have basically 1 main, which is my hunter, and 3 alts. My druid, which is just a gatherer, so he's technically an alt. I keep him up to speed, but he's just gathering, which, as you guys know, is not really me. But there's my hunter, my mage, and my paladin are my 3 main classes. Big realms are good for sale numbers, but competition is so high, you sell for really low margins. That's what I want. That's what I want. Turnover is king. If you focus on turnover, profit will come. There's nothing worse than crafting an item and taking 3 months for you to sell it. Because by the time you actually then sell it, the value of that item is completely different to what it was when you first started. From a crafting and flipping perspective, I want the fastest turnover I can possibly get my hands on. Which is why I'm not content where I am right now. It's nice being a big fish in a small pond on this realm now. There's maybe only 3, possibly 4 of us that are sizable enough to pretty much control the auction house. But there's a glass ceiling on it that I can't break through because there's just not enough people to buy the stuff. Actually, it's that one, isn't it? What turnover? I'm currently sat on 3 rank 5 capes and it's below crafting costs due to some ass. well, like I said, there are pros and cons, but the pros definitely outweigh the cons. For me, at least. Would be an interesting video and or series seeing your thought process on server transfer and why it's worth it for you. Yeah, I'm not. One thing I'm not too good at is the whole series thing. Most of my videos tend to be pretty independent of each other. Obviously, my progress on Twisting Nether, Torrent Mill, was somewhat documented to be a series, but I didn't really publish it as a series so much. They were just kind of like periodic updates to what was happening. Weirdly though, they are some of my top performing videos recently, so there's something about them that people like. For me, I feel I'm fairly content plodding along with mid to high pops, especially while starting out. Yeah, this is it, right? Just because I want to be on a really high population realm doesn't mean that everybody should. It is of benefit for me to be on the super high pop realms because, firstly, I'm a content creator and I have the ability to play the game 12 hours a day if I wish. Well, yeah, that's the big reason. Secondly, I play the game a lot. Not only do I play the game a lot, I enjoy gold making as a subsection of the game. Most people, they make gold because it's a means to an end, and if they do enough gold making to make their token to pay for their game time, great, 2 thumbs up. I'm not necessarily content with just making a single token's worth of gold, because I'm not doing it because it's, you know, I'm doing it because I enjoy it, and for me to continue enjoying it I need to do bigger and better things. You also stream tons? Well, yeah, I mean, there is obviously the advantage of that I can do this on stream with an audience that engages in it and enjoys what's going on, which is for sure an incentive for me to keep doing it. Plus, it also then, I mean, what's more interesting, watching somebody make, you know, 100,000 gold an hour on the auction house, or is it more interesting to watch somebody making 1 million gold an hour on the auction house? You know, I don't know. The adrenaline rush on a high pop realm on reset days and weekends when you see your posts selling faster than you put them on the auction house. Yeah, exactly, yeah. People who do Mythic Plus get kicks out of doing higher keys. People who raid get kicks out of defeating bosses on higher difficulties. I get my kick from selling more things profitably than the next person does. Why am I making heavy shrouded cloth bandages? I mean, sure. Seems like a very odd thing to be making, but I guess I'll do it. I guess I'll humour it. I did set up TSM to craft stuff only when it's profitable, so I guess whatever. Played on Sylvanas a little bit, never did the auction house though, just boosted there when I played. Yeah, it's turned into a very popular realm for people to boost on it. I see a lot of the boosting communities having their characters on Sylvanas. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's just from back in the days where their guild was here primarily and they just had characters. I don't know what the situation is, but it's safe to say, even though there's a lot of characters still on this realm, there's not a huge amount of characters on this realm that are still super active. Playing devil's advocate, why don't you just move now, take your stock with you, get the sales going? Because I'd probably end up taking a fair loss in doing that, in terms of the fact that the prices that I've paid for a lot of my materials are considerably higher than what they would be if I was playing on a super high pop realm. So I would want to recuperate my investments on this realm and spend, I don't know, 4 weeks just straight up cashing out, turning it into as much gold as I can. Yeah, that's the main reason. I mean, I could, sure, but it's not really... It wouldn't be a sensible business plan, put it that way. One of these days, I'd love to listen to what you have to say about boosting communities. You mentioned some shenanigans going on a few times. I mean, my opinions on the boosting communities are... they're relatively judgmental. I'm not going to lie. I am convinced the boosting communities are just a faceplate for RMT. Convinced. There is no way on God's earth that amount of gold can transfer hands on as frequent a basis as it does, requiring people to basically consider it their full-time attention without there being... Nobody goes to that level of effort without there being some monetary gain, is basically what I'm trying to say. Now, they obviously, the public image is always going to be, no, it's only for gold. But I would not be surprised if somebody turns around and says, well, instead of paying gold, can I pay for this with PayPal? I imagine there's people out there that will say yes. Thank you for fixing the paste bins for the 200, 230 stuff. Could you add the 200, 230 stuff to dual crafting as well? I like your organization of groups. Oh, did I not do... yeah, I didn't do it for dual crafting either, did I? Yeah, I will do. I'll do that later. I think a lot of boosters are legitimately just raiders that boost to fund their raiding. But the boosters that are in it 24/7 are selling it. Yeah. Like, seriously, Google trying to buy a boost. Oh, I mean, there'll be thousands of search results. Thousands of search results. It's definitely a thing. Like I said, I'm not painting everybody with the same brush, though. There's a sizable percentage of the boosting community that do it 100% above board. But there's no doubt in my mind that there are a lot of people who do it for real money. And it's just a faceplate. It's the waste management company of the Italian mafia, you know. It's a legitimate business that does illegitimate things behind closed doors. I was considering buying a 15 boost for my last two keys, last patch. Every website is paid with money. Couldn't find a single place to pay with gold outside of the game. Ended up running 3 dungeons because we failed one. You see, obviously everything in game has to be all about for the gold, because that's the only way they can do it. It's the only way it's allowed to be done in game. If you start advertising like boosts for real money in game, guess what? You get banned real quick. Real quick. But you take it outside of the game, yeah. Which is why it's one of those things. The fact that so many people are just oblivious to the fact that it's a thing. I don't know. Either way. Where did we get to? We were literally halfway through a cancel scan. Fellow fan of The Sopranos. Just general mafia I mean, yeah. Then again, I'm sure there's lots of people that look at Magicus, Hicons, you go, yeah, they must be selling gold. There's no way they put that much effort. I'm sure they do. And if somebody wants, I mean, My TSM graph, if I was selling gold, my TSM graph would tell you. If there was magically, I suppose turning it into tokens looks pretty sus, but yeah. I mean, I would be happy for somebody to audit me. Perfectly happy. But yes, you are right. You are very right. I'm sure there are people that look at goal-making content creators and think the same. Because it's natural, right? There's also a very common question. A very common question of, well, what do you do with all of the gold? And unfortunately, most goblins that do it because they enjoy making gold don't actually do a lot with the gold, other than, you know, Scrooge McDuck, swim through it, or spend it on reinvesting it all the time. This tends to be why I rarely have very much gold, because every time I get a sizable chunk of gold, I end up, it's way too easy for me to spend it on buying a big stockpile of materials when they're cheap, because I know that, you know, in a month's time they won't be cheap. So my inventory value is constantly growing, but my liquid gold value rarely goes up much. It only went, to be fair, it only went up to, like, if you look at my graph now, we go 6 months, we go a year, my graph went up massively. These two periods here, this was the early days of legendaries. Ignore anything previous to this. This was the tail end of BFA where I didn't have any gold. This was the first swing of legendaries coming in, so we just cashed in on that big time. Then I maxed out my Blizzard balance. And this was about patch 9 point, I want to say this was about 9.0.5, where we had the second spike of legendaries, where they changed them all up and people bought new legendaries. Spiked up again. By that time I'd spent my Blizzard balance on games, the Diablo pre-orders, whatever. This was the point where we started to move to Tauren Mill, so we transferred a bit of gold to Tauren Mill to get up and running. It was also the start of getting ready for patch 9.1, and all of this was getting ready for patch 9.1, and then this was Korthite crystal buying. This big dip here was Korthite crystal buying, and now we're on the uptick again. Which, you can look at this graph and you can say, right, well, what do you do with your gold? Well, I turn it into Blizzard balance to give it back to Blizzard, or I sell legendaries. We peaked at like 22 million nearly, but since then it's all been a downward decline. I do a lot of birthday gifts with Blizzard balance. That's smart, yeah. Silly question, but do you have an estimation of your gold per hour in Shadowlands? Not really, I don't track it. Lazy Goldmaker did a video recently where he talked about his estimated gold per hour through crafting. Now, he tracks everything. He spreadsheets the living crap out of everything. He's got like a business economics degree or something like that, so it's what he enjoys. I don't really track it that much. You could argue my gold per hour. See, gold per hour is a real farmer thing, because gold per hour doesn't make any difference to me, because I don't care about increasing the amount of gold I have. If I was permanently out there to only increase the amount of gold that I have, I'd just farm, because then you got consistency. I'm happy to forego consistency to do something I enjoy more, which is crafting and auction house play. Which tends to lead the gold per hour argument to be a little bit more difficult to track. Selling more Shadowghast rings, a rank 3 and a rank 4. Good prices on them. Hey Mantheus, I'm making a goal-making website. The idea is to make it the homepage of goal-making. Anything in particular you'd like to see on this site? honestly, you're probably going too broad if you're trying to make it the homepage of Goldmaking. You need to niche down a little bit further than that, I'd say. The likelihood of any one single person being able to make, you know, the homepage of Goldmaking's, it's an admirable thing to do. But for example, you are never going to knock WoW Professions off their top spot when it comes to profession leveling and farming. That's just what they have. It depends whether you want to do something that is more like guide based, or whether you want to do something that's more stats based, like the Undermined Journal or something, for example. But I'm sure there's opportunity for you to find your corner and capitalize on it for sure. Lazy Goalmaker, for example, does very, very well off search engine traffic to his website. I know that categorically. Jack with golddipper.com is also slowly but surely building up quite a good presence with both Google. Jack also uses Twitter pretty heavily to drive traffic to the website. WoW Professions is like, they've been around for so long now. If you search for like almost anything, any material with the word farming and guide in it, you're likely to be presented a WoW Professions page. So they've really got, they've got 10 years of backlinks and all sorts going on there to make it stick. Obviously Wowhead is more news orientated, and they've gone more guide based in the last few years. Same with Icy Veins. But then, like I said, you've got things like the Undermined Journal, which are very statistical basis. They just give you data kind of thing. But it's, I can tell you from experience, attempting to compete with something that's already out there, you're going to have to do something very special to achieve that. I'm working with Jack. The big problem, as far as I can tell, is finding content creators is a bit of a pain in the butt. Well, in the goal making scenario, there's not a huge amount of us. That's why, and not only that, there's a rotate. Like if you've kept up with goal making throughout the ages, every expansion there's a new big gold making creator usually, and I hope it's not me this time. But then they fade into oblivion, and somebody else comes in. It's not only just a YouTube thing, it's a streaming thing, it's a blog thing. It's very difficult to stick around too long, because goal making is very niche in the first place, and if you can't make it profitable, people just can't do it for that long. So this site crawls YouTube content, Twitter content, and RSS feeds to bring it all together in a single place. Also allows the content creator to create blog posts if they're interested in it. Okay. That approach is... Yeah, you're going to struggle with that approach. Let me put it in. Let me give you my perspective on that then. What is the benefit for me? Like, what would be the benefit for me to write a blog post on your blog instead of just doing it myself? You would have to have a platform considerably greater than what I already have. This is hypothetical. I don't, but it's hypothetical. You'd have to have a platform considerably greater than mine. This is why, for example, people will happily post on Wow. If Wowhead asks you to do an article for them, you'll probably do it because they've got easily the largest platform out there for World of Warcraft content. So there's the potential for maximum exposure. That's something that you would work to eventually, but you'd need to create that solid foundation of a platform to begin with. Jack and Lazy are kind of the only people I've seen that have blogs. Just wanted to give others the opportunity to blog as well as they do their other content creation. Yeah. And they're definitely not the only people, but they're the only people right now that are proactive with it. You got to remember, the goal-making community started with blogs. That's basically it, but way before YouTube was a thing, way before people live streamed it, way before Wowhead even was a big thing. Goal makers started out with blogs. Hayden Hawk still blogging? Not sure. Not sure. Just my 2 coppers? Yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of them. Like only 5 years ago, the majority of the goal making community was centralized around blogs. Nowadays, it's pretty much centralized around YouTube. Gold Queen's another good example, actually. Yeah. See, now the Gold Queen not only had the blog primarily, but then was backed up by a dedicated following on Twitter. So most people kind of would always do like 2 simultaneously. Hence why I kind of do Twitch and I do YouTube primarily. They're my 2. I'm not so much about Twitter anymore. And you had, like, for example, another one that you guys will probably be aware of, Fat Loots. There was the Fat Loots blog, and he also used to do YouTube. Fat Loots was also on Twitter, and sort of dipped into streaming a little bit, but not so much. Yeah. The what am I trying to emphasize here? Yeah, they started out with blogs, and there is definitely space for some more goal-making websites out there for sure. But you kind of got to be doing your own thing. There's no point really trying to compete with the big guns out there because they've got years and years on you. If you're going to try and recreate Wowhead, you're going to have a hard time. If you're going to try and recreate the Undermine Journal, you're going to have a hard time. Give it a go, though. Give it a go, though. See, Miss Banks is back. She's always about. If you're going to try and recreate, well, yeah, some people are giving it a good go. Look at Vallegro getting all salesy with the USPs. Just realised actually we made a bunch of stuff with tailoring that's probably been sent over to our other account that we haven't even checked today. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Yeah, just be aware if you try to, you know, Q&A people about how they prefer their content, you got to be careful that obviously if you ask a bunch of people watching a live stream what platform, what type of content they engage with more, 90% of them they're going to say, well, I enjoy I enjoy live content, or at the very least video based content. If you go and you ask people on Twitter, well, how do you like to obtain your goal making info? A lot of them will say, well, I follow this, and this person on Twitter. There's a natural bias there based on where you ask them. And if you ask on a blog, you probably won't get any replies because nobody leaves comments on blogs, apart from spam bots. Oh, look, here we go. Loads of expired, so let's get these back on the auction house. Plus a new stack of oh, we need to teach this TSM what the crafting cost is on these. Because it's not getting min prices. Why is it not getting min prices, but he's getting normal and max prices? What's going on there then? What's going on there then? That's 200 gear. Oh, okay. Now it's trying and now it's failing. Now it's getting them. Now it's got them. Or at least it's trying to get them. There we go. Do a reload then. I have that issue. TSM doesn't know the crafting costs for CM4. How do you teach it? It's a bit broken at the moment, but you need the accounts synchronized together. I'm currently on my mage right now, which is the dude that makes them, and so is the one that knows it. TSM sync will send that information across in the background, but it firstly, not only can it take time to do it, it can also not do it, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, now it knows. Now it knows. Do we not have anything on the auction house? We don't. Okay, go. Get it listed. Deadly Sinvir neck is still bust for some reason. I don't know how to fix this one. This one just won't sync, for example. Like for me, Deadly Sinvir necklace, regardless of what I seem to do, just doesn't synchronize the cost of it. For some reason, I'm at a loss to try and work out why. It is kind of known though that the TSM sync right now is a bit broke. I'm actually having that issue on a single account. I have no idea why you'd have that issue on a single account. Check. Yeah, I don't know. Honest answer then, don't know. Because it's not having to sync anything. It either knows or it doesn't. That tells me that there's something a bit iffy with your operations. Either either you're using different TSM profiles on different characters, or you're I don't not sure. I can say aside live content, Twitch, YouTube, I don't really go much beyond that. In previous life, however, I used to do target audience analysis. I would imagine that if you're trying to build a website, you try and gauge just what exactly people wanted and what is perhaps missing to them. Yeah, it's just like goal making in a way. You know, find a market that's untapped and tap it. that's your best path to success. If you try and reinvent something that's already out there, you're not only going to have to do it well, you're going to have to do it considerably better than anybody else, which is a much bigger mountain to climb. I used to barely watch live content. I think I've still streamed more in my life as I've watched streams, which is a bit weird. Yeah, until I started actively creating content, I didn't really watch live streams all that much either. My preferred method is video form for the most, which is why my home is always YouTube. But of course, through streaming, I've started to engage a lot more with the streaming community, so hence I will quite frequently be found in Samadan's stream or Dirty Obi's stream or Zanzaful stream or something. You'll find me in those places just because, you know, these are now actually people that I know on a personal basis as well, which definitely helps. But given the choice, my first place I would search for something would be YouTube. I'd trawl back on the WoW Economy subreddit. Various people have asked similar questions after launching new apps and sites. Might be useful feedback there. True. Since I started watching your stream, I've also been looking at other streams more often as well. Yeah, it tends to be the way that live content does kind of grab you in a very different way. It's my Sir Coffee Bot is broken today for some reason. I have no idea why. He's taking a hiatus. Even Streamlabs isn't. I think there's an issue with Streamlabs because the bot commands are not doing anything whatsoever. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is. All of the commands are broken today. I don't know why. Because there is a token command. Right, let's get these ones cancelled. I think this is going to be my last cancel scan for a while. I've got some bits and pieces I need to do. I've not put out a YouTube video for about 4 days and it makes me feel ill at this point. I used to only watch your videos on YouTube. Probably would not have a chance to be on the stream if I did not work from home. Yeah, that's the one thing that prevents me from going too deep into streaming. In that I know that live content is absolutely at its best when it's live, but there's no physical way I can be live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I also know my stream schedule is not very friendly to most people. Because weirdly, right, if you look at my analytics on YouTube, nearly 50% of the views on my YouTube videos comes from the USA. Now, only a fraction, very, very small fraction of those ever get to see a live stream because of the times that I stream. Valegro Bot says the EU token is 240,000 gold right now. Thank you. Funny thing is, I saw that Jack was watching Dirty Obi yesterday, so I decided to watch him and go watch Dirty Obi as well. Yeah. Huge shout out to Saigon Paul, Tismit and Gumdrops for helping me figure out my account sync issues. Yes, account sync is a bit of a nightmare to get your head round at the moment. It doesn't help it's a bit buggy. Your times are amazing for Australians. First thing in the morning for me, so last thing at night for you guys, I'd imagine. I've got the week so I can watch. When working, I can't. The Saturday bonus streams I can make. This is, I mean, I would like to... Originally, the reason my stream schedule is what it is because it's entirely selfish in terms of the fact that it's the best time for me to be doing it. For the fact that if I'm streaming during the day and doing my YouTube content creation during the day, it fits nicely with the fact that my wife is also working at the same time. Now, obviously, if I was to switch everything around and stream in the evenings, I'd never see the wife, which is not good for any of us involved. Equally then, that's why I tend not to stream at the weekends, because, you know, it just makes sense for us to both be working at the same time. Both be engaged in what we do at the same time, and then it means we both have free time at the same time, you know. Sensible Andy here. But I know that the weekend streams and the evening streams do attract a very different audience, which kind of I would like to do more evening streams and more weekend streams, but yeah, to be able to do more regular evening streams and more regular weekend streams, I'd have to sacrifice some of the regular streams. They can't all just be bonus streams. Because like I said, I can't stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. My name is not XQC. That's not happening. And with streaming, less is often more. Against what most people will believe. Also why I tend to try and only stream for about sort of 3 hours, 4 hours at a go. So newbie here, your consistency and time slot works very well for me. Yeah, for the 78 of you here, I would imagine that it probably does. But there's a significant portion, especially of the people that watch on YouTube, that never ever get the opportunity to watch a live stream, even if they wish to, because it's just the wrong time. Straight up just the wrong time. Right, there's everything posted though. We're good to go for now. We've sold a few things, not a huge amount. What we got, like 135k, nothing overly special. But we got a few bits and pieces done. I think I'm going to leave it there for the stream though today, boys and girls. It is Friday, which under normal circumstances would mean that I would be saying I'll see you on Monday. Although we will be streaming tomorrow, just like normal. Literally after me saying all of that I can't be streaming all day every day, we will be streaming again tomorrow, unless something dramatic happens to prevent me from doing it. So yeah, thank you once again everybody, I hope you enjoyed. We smashed through LFR like a boss. World first Manthias Necrolord Hunter LFR. We only died on 2 of the 3 bosses, we're fine. We did we absolutely annihilated it. We got the mage to tier 4 with the Archivist's Codex. So we are now done with rep grinds. 100% done with rep grinds. So a lot more focus on the goal making in patch 9.1 from now on, I think. A little bit of crafting, a little bit of farming, maybe, possibly, even. A lot of legendary selling, and hopefully some more good times. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow, if I don't see you before. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy goal making. I'll see you next time. Peace.